Hello again. So in this mission we are asked to put a Cardiff port on its edge by planting mines there. The command requests to fulfill this mission. This will be quite tense because I expect that this narrow section will be full of enemy warships, so we have to really be very careful in order to be able to reach probably somewhere here, maybe around the port, plant mines, and then also successfully leave the port. This will be really a huge challenge. I do not expect that the water is deep there. It will be probably very shallow, so our small Type 2D U-boat is still probably the best candidate because it's also smaller than the Type 7. So this will be really a challenge. So let's try to get there and to fulfill this mission without any losses on our side.
Was benötigen Sie, Herr Offizier?
Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
So we are going to exchange our torpedoes with mines. We will still have one spare and one loaded torpedo, but the remaining from 5 possible options we have, in 3 of them we have altogether 9 mines, so this will be quite tough. We will not be able to engage any enemy convoy or any enemy patrol group with just 2 torpedoes loaded. Oh, 1 loaded, 1 spare.
Bestätige.
So, expectation is that area will be really heavily guarded, so we'll
Kurs
try
auf
to reach
diese
there. Also
Koordinaten
this section is
setzen.
already quite full
Natürlich,
of
Herr Kaloin.
enemy warships, so this will be quite tough mission altogether.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
I see that our 3 officers are already skilled enough to be promoted, so let's check each one of them.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Okay, so paramedic and the second one will be better hearing, so he will have better chance to hear enemy propellers from the longer distance. Our chief mechanic, chief engineer. Okay, so we will make him handyman, because he does not need to care about torpedoes, and later on he will probably be promoted to with this one, so he will be able to change our scrap metal to repair parts. And our new addition, watch officer, is now going to be okay, so we have 3 more points to give him altogether. So this one is not needed. This one is not needed from my perspective. So we have to pick from these 4. We have to pick 3. So this one I already have. So this will be, we'll assign these 3 promotions later to him. So for now, we'll go with this one to keep the discipline high. Then we will assign this one if discipline will go wrong, so he will be able to quickly pacify everyone who is not able to work anymore correctly. And then this will be probably his final skill, which we will assign to him, because then he will be able to Or maybe not. We'll see. So for now it will be personal skills. Quick setting change. Right. Everything is set.
diesem Gebiet informiert.
Alright, so convoy is not in our reach because we are loaded at mines, so we have to skip this one.
Uns wurde von einem verbündeten Boot ein mögliches Ziel in unserer
Another
Nähe
convoy, another
gemeldet.
pass. Let's do a quick hydrophone check.
35 Meter. Horchraum besetzen. Kurs setzen. Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Angasen.
Alright, so now contact. Let's do one more round here.
Tauchen auf 10 Meter. Horchraum besetzen. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Aktuelle Tiefe 10 Meter.
Alright, so we'll just continue. to
Eines
our
unserer U-Boote hat soeben ein
Target.
mögliches Ziel innerhalb unserer Reichweite gemeldet. Herr Kaloy, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Alright, so there should be one very close to us. Okay, not so close, it's 814 going south. Alright, so we'll skip this one as well. We will just continue to lake mines.
Uboat, 60 Grad. Schornsteinrauch, kleine Kuppel, Peilung, 60 Grad.
Alright, so this one seems to be almost empty. Really, so let's fill it up. Alright, so we see some ships not far from here, around coast, so let's check.
Funktier gesendet. Alarm! Corvette in Sicht. Peilung 55 Grad. Corvette 55 Grad. Denkt alle an eure Ausbildung. Bleibt ruhig und konzentriert.
Zerstörer! 50 Grad!
Alright, so all of them seems to be engaged with one of our allied subtype 7B, which is probably somewhere between them, around there. So maybe we'll be able to just pass by. Alright, so I won't change any speed or any type of engine currently. We will just continue on diesel surface with currently set speed to our target. And we will just monitor the situation.
Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung.
Tiefe unter Kiel 20 Meter.
Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung.
Tiefe unter Kiel 21 Meter.
Alright, so they are probably trying to sink to break our allied U-boat because they're already throwing depth charges, as we can see from far away. Hopefully our allied U-boat will survive this attack, and this should help us opportunity to just pass by. They haven't noticed us yet, and we are technically very small U-boat and quite far away. Hopefully they will not notice us because they are busy with tracking and trying to find this Type 7B, which is close to them. Yeah, again, depth charges. all 3 enemy warships are searching for the U-boat Type 7B, which is around them. He's probably doing maneuvering in order to get rid of them. Maybe he will even fire some torpedoes at them, so we will watch from distance. Yeah, there are another depth charges. Technically quite on spot because he's at 74 degrees from us and it's very close to those charges, so hopefully the captain is skilled enough and he can survive this search and these attacks. Yeah, destroyer speeding there. So look how many more attacks on our U-boat, friendly U-boat. We are almost parallel to them. They are still slightly in front of us, but we will hopefully pass them unnoticed and continue to Cardiff destination, which is still quite a distance from here. Let's monitor the situation. So destroyer is probably speeding to this, probably somewhere there we can see there is like unknown ship which is exactly at 75 degrees all around there, so it's most likely our allied U-boat. And the destroyer is really speeding there. Wish to Captain luck. But until now he was really avoiding, I don't know how many attempts to sink it, to wreck it. So he seems to be, he knows what he's doing, hopefully. Yeah, these trays are almost there. There, somewhere there is our allied U-boat. Now we lost sight. So somewhere there still. So both smaller ships, Corvettes, are facing away from us, which should help us, but maybe they are still trying to search for sub, for U-boat. We are also approaching sunset, so there should be quite soon dark, so we should be able to just pass by unnoticed.
Melden Sie sich zur Wache.
Alright, so there's another attempt to sink them. So let's watch.
Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung.
Tiefe unter Kiel 20 Meter.
Lenzpumpe einschalten. Lenzpumpe ausschalten.
This is probably a B-class destroyer. Yeah, looks like exactly this one. Yeah, there's also this small hollow structure. So it's exactly type B-class. I will do a quick distance measurement. We are roughly 7 kilometers away.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 6, 9, 1, 0 Meter.
Okay, so now we see this is already identified by the flag that this is our friendly U-boat somewhere around there. Still trying to avoid their attempt of these 3 ships to sink them. Let's wish to Captain luck and continue our journey. So there is another attempt by this Corvette to sink our allied U-boat, U-type 7B again. Hopefully no damage will be done to them. And other two, there's another Corvette, and then there is a destroyer. Okay, facing the other way. This Corvette is getting quite close, but he's still engaged with our sub, our friendly U-boat. So we should be still fine. I'm also worried about this destroyer turning now. Hopefully he's not going to just pass by. We'll have to keep an eye on it. I now see a sub directly. Or U-boat, so hopefully they are not. They are also firing, so they probably had to surface. This is fortunate for them. There was probably, yeah, they are firing with dagger guns already on them. This is a very bad situation for our friendly U-boat. Unfortunately, we have only one torpedo loaded, and it's also T5 torpedo, so it's going for propeller sound. So we could technically hit even our U-boat, a friendly U-boat, so we should avoid trying to use T5 now in this situation when there is U-boat nearby.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
That's not good. They're probably evacuating, so they will be either captured or killed by enemy warships. Yeah, there was probably some huge leakage of water they had to surface. That's unfortunate. Hopefully they will not notice us. Still probably somewhere around 6 kilometers away from the look of it. Yeah, there is a lifeboat and there is a U-boat, most likely already abandoned and destroyed. Alright, so destroyers closing in. Yeah, they are gone. Unfortunately. So destroyers are already closing in fast, so we have to dive and slow.
Seerohrtiefe!
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln!
Schleichfahrt. Ruhe im Boot.
Verstanden, Herr Kommandant.
Horchraum besetzen.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung zum Ziel 508, 1 Meter. Schleichfahrt beenden. Kreiselkompass einschalten.
Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung.
Tiefe unter Kiel 24 Meter.
So destroyer is closing in, or at least looks like. Also probably it's Corvette, or maybe this is facing away and this one is just there. If destroyer will turn directly there, back where he was before, then we'll probably surface and just continue faster, because this is... they still do not know about us. And we are around 5 kilometers away on a small U-boat, so this should be safe. Maybe I'll just keep the deck awash. Okay, it's closing in quite fast. So maybe they are just regrouping and going for another sector. Let's wait and see. As you can see, there was our friendly U-boat, but they managed to wreck it. They managed to sink it. So the crew was forced to surface. The boat was forced to surface because of probably some water leakage. They abandoned the ship. There is, I think, the lifeboat somewhere there. And then they just destroyed it with the deck guns. Unfortunately for... what was it? For U-46. We are currently not picking any new contacts. Everything is around these parts which I'm already looking at. So yeah, that's fine. There is no one else in hydrophone range, at least for now. If this thread turns right now, then we just surface and all they want is they won't notice us. Because we are still far from our target.
Verstanden, Kommandant!
We are just entered English Channel and we have to go full length and then go back to this location, which will be also heavily guarded. So this will be really not easy mission.
Folgen Sie mir!
Verstanden, Kommandant!
IBM for N. So this tray is not yet turning right, so we can't surface, and it's maybe even turning left. So let's watch.
Schraubengeräusche. Kleiner Konvoi. Peilung 40 Grad.
Alright, so let's remeasure the distance to destroyer. I'm very roughly saying it's around 6 kilometers or
Schussunterlagen
over.
aktualisieren. Entfernung
But now it's
6,
facing directly
1,
us,
7,
so
0
we
Meter.
can't surface yet. So destroyer is facing us, or is technically going away. Corvettes are far, so we could technically surface now and continue on diesel, which is much faster.
Tanks anblasen!
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter. Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Verstanden. Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
Melden Sie sich zur Wache.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
So we surfaced, and now we will check from the tower how far we are from them again.
Aktualisieren.
Alright, so less than
Entfernung
5
zum Ziel
kilometers.
4,
It's a
9,
bit risky,
3, 6 Meter.
but we could technically get passed by without noticing. They are still searching for probably another U-boat because they were not sure if there was only one, which they sank already. But let's check, or let's give us a chance to pass by. Alright, so Corvettes are now facing us. If they are going to speed up, then we will be detected probably soon. But maybe they'll just turn and follow this tray, which is still searching for U-boats there. Alright, so this one is already fine. What about you?
Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung.
Tiefe unter Kiel 3.
Elektrokompressor ausschalten. Elektrokompressor einschalten. Alarm beenden. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Diesel besetzen.
Feel free to subscribe. Thank you very much, VM4N.
Lenzpumpe einschalten. Lenzpumpe ausschalten.
Alright, so it looks like we passed them. They haven't noticed us yet, and probably won't be able to do that. So we will use some time compression again. Okay, so VM4N, the mission is to get to the Cardiff port and plant some mines near there. We have already... Okay, let's go there. So we have 3 tubes. 2 of them are loaded with mines already. One is in the spare compartment under the bunks. And then we have also 1 T5 torpedo in this tube. And we also 1 spare under these bunks. So that's all we have. And this small Type 2D U-boat. So we have only 5 options to do something. Currently only 2 torpedoes, and then we have to reach the destination. And then each one of them is like consisting of 3 mines, so we'll have to lay 9 mines altogether to get the Cardiff port technically, to cripple it and all the traffic to it. So let's use some time compression to get faster away.
Zerstörer, 110 Grad.
Alright, so this is fine. We just noticed them still, but we are far away, so we can... Yeah.
Bestätige.
Enemies are not shown on this 100% realism, because otherwise this circle is visible. It's like you see directly the sea, the surface, and then you can also see like red boats, green boats, and so on. But in these realistic settings, we only see our U-boat in the center. This is roughly how we see directly. This is how we see if there are planes nearby, so above the surface, but we do not know the position. So we technically know it only from like what they say. So if I, for example, click here, so one more time, so it's roughly around there at this edge. So this also matches the degrees, but if you want to see, we can also draw 102 degrees from our current position, so it's somewhere there. So in this line of sight we see that there is a destroyer somewhere there, and also we see 2 funnel smokes, 135, 125, so this will be 132, 125. So somewhere there on this direction we see already these 2 corvettes leaving us, or we leaving them. So the aim is to reach there. This is our destination. We still have 286 nautical miles there, and we also already spent 2 days at sea, leaving our German northern German port. From here we already needed 2 days, or roughly 3 more days, and we should be in our destination. Let's speed up the time again with time compression. And I will also release officers from their manually assigned duties, and they can continue, they can have a rest and so on.
Keine Panik. Konzentriert euch
Okay,
auf
so
eure
they were
Aufgabe.
close enough. They are firing at us probably, so we have already... Yeah. So I was too fast using time compression, so we have to react now very fast and very carefully. So let's zoom in. So we are already getting some small leakage. This is only minor one, which is good. So most likely they are firing just deck guns on us, but there is one sailor which we have to pick up if possible. He's probably already going to. Yes. So we have to wait until this is done, and then we can dive there, down there to the bottom. We have to go to the bottom, because otherwise we will not be able to get unnoticed anymore, because they will use ASDIC, which is like echolocator. So we will switch to electric, we will raise alarm, and we will go currently as fast as we can. Okay, so we can dive already.
Schneller, schneller. Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Verstanden, Herr Kommandant.
Yeah, so destroyer is closing in fast. They have like 35 knots surface speed, and we have around like 5 to 7 when we are under the
Corvette, 120
surface.
Grad! Corvette, 115 Grad!
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Alright, so we are at least not able to be hit by deck gun. They have to reach us and use depth charges. Let's take care about the sailor.
Morgen gestoppt.
Alles klar. Ich werde mich darum kümmern.
And let's start repairing what is damaged, what we can from the inside, because I think there is also something damaged outside. If we have a deck gun is damaged, and also our turret, our air turret technically, but this is not an issue, at least for now. So we'll have to have some. We have to try to avoid them, and also go down to the bottom of the sea and into the quiet mode to really get rid of them. They already spent a couple of depth charges for the U-boat, which they already sank. So hopefully they do not have so many more.
Schleichfahrt, Ruhe im Boot.
Standseerohr repariert und einsatzbereit.
So we have around 7 knots our speed, and they have 35 on surface, because this is this V class and this is 35 kilometers. Okay, knots, not kilometers. This is 35 knots surface speed. Closing on us very fast, and we have technically one torpedo which we could fire, but I do not want to spend it on this destroyer. This is
Herr Kaloin,
Wachsam,
wir
aber
wurden
keine Panik.
entdeckt.
Wir machen das schon.
so we were technically lost for a while, but now because of the full speed and the noise from the propellers, they were able to detect us, so they will follow us, and now we will try to avoid them. They should spend all the depth charges and not hitting us, hopefully, and if this is done, can just go to the bottom in a quiet mode, and they will sooner or later abandon us, because if they cannot hit us anymore, so we will be safe. So they are already at 120 degrees. Yeah, this is SDIG, so they have the SDIG possibility, so they will see us under the water anyway.
Gesendet.
So it makes no sense to just like try to hide now. We have to get them spend all the depth charges before we will try to hide. Okay, so we don't need a silent run yet.
Kreiselkompass einschalten. Lenzpumpe einschalten.
So it seems that our sailor is not going to be able to serve us on this mission. He is seriously injured, but we will deal with it a bit later. Now we have to deal with the destroyer closing in. So let's turn
90 Grad.
90 degrees
Steuerbord.
from our original direction, so we should get rid of them, hopefully. They cannot. Okay, so they're just firing the flare gun to see us better. If there are not depth charges, then we are already technically safe, because they already spent them on another U-boat. Alright, so no depth charges, so you can just dive and quietly wait.
Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung.
Tiefe unter Kiel 4-6 Meter.
Tauchen auf 80 Meter. Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Ja, Herr Kaloin, ich kümmere mich darum.
Alright, so now let's deal with the paramedic.
25 Meter.
...45 Meter.
Yeah, so he has a broken arm, but we are lucky that we were able to catch him. Alright, so we are already at the bottom. We already landed, let's say.
55 Meter.
Currently they can't do anything. Hopefully if the Corvettes will arrive, they do not have depth charges, spare depth charges anymore, because if yes, then they can technically just kill us down there.
50 Meter.
Tauchen auf 60 Meter.
Looks like we are already at the bottom, but let's try more.
Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung.
Tiefe unter Kiel.
Alright, so we are
55
now we
Meter.
landed. Alright. 55 meters down. So this should be safe. For now they shouldn't hear us. They shouldn't use SD because we are now part of like a surface, like a bottom of the sea, so we are like not pingable. Only to the very skilled operator on the ship, but hopefully they will not be able to see us. And we currently just have to wait and not use any time compression now, because then we can be sank like immediately if the Corvette will arrive and yeah, still with some depth charges. Now it's getting psychological. So we see on the compass on top, we see 3 contacts from our hydrophone guy, so he's sitting there listening to the contacts. So we see 3 of them, and the red one is technically the closest one, which should be our destroyer. So they will try to circle, they will try to find, but since they have no means to destroy us, I hope, then they will just abandon the search soon enough. Yeah, the problem with this small U-boat is that there are no doors between compartments, so if there will be water leakage, currently we are facing around 6 atmospheres, 7 atmospheres, so it will be quite strong pressure from the water outside, and then the compartment will start to flood quite fast. And since there is, as I said, no doors between them, so they will flood one by one quite fast. So we have to be careful and manage the situation well. But since our crew is already quite experienced, I think we will manage it. Currently discipline is 99%. We are, yeah. Current depth is causing some loss and fatigue, then being hunted, yes, for sure. Too much work from officers, yes, we are already in alarm for quite some time. And also the food is currently not prepared because of the alarm and because of the quiet mode, so yeah. We have some impact, but from stress level we are at 11%, which is raising slow because we have still high discipline and we have also commanding officer assigned to the station, so we should be not yet getting so stressed with the crew anytime soon. Okay, so we currently have 5 contacts, so let me just circle around. So 2 of them are in front of us. And see on the compass what we can see. Okay, I still see only 3 of them. Maybe they are more far away and that's why I do not see them yet on the compass. But we will be able to see them on the map.
Verstanden, Kommandant.
Okay, so we are technically facing this direction because we did a 90 degrees turn, so yes. One is here, another one is around this part, so these are these Corvettes. They are closing in, so they are coming in. This one is moving away, but this is okay. This was this small convoy which we already get information about some time ago. This is another probably warship group coming in or closing in, and we have to worry about these 2 Corvettes closing in because they should be here quite soon, in like 2 to 5 nautical miles away, and hopefully without depth charges, but if yes, then we should start moving soon. At least in like reaching or keeping close to the bottom of the sea.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
So currently the Germany was able to capture Poland together with the Soviet Union, half of it. Slovakia is already partially captured, and also Czech Republic, Hungary is left for now. So we are currently at war with United Kingdom, France, and their colonies around. Yeah, United States are still neutral, and Canada is already at war with us. That's the current situation here. So Egypt, this is occupied by United Kingdom, so that's why we have a war with them. And just what we did already, so we managed to sink the battleship Royal Oak at Scapa Flow. It was like heavily guarded port around here, so there are like mines here, mines there, and only like anti-submarine nets there, so we had to surface, go past them. Yes, exactly, so these are missions from the Second World War. And there was also here, there was this Enigma recovery mission, which we were assigned to locate a wrecked submarine and pick the Enigma decoding device from it. We were fortunate enough that we found 2 survivors in the central area, unfortunately only 2 from around 50 or something like that, but they survived and we managed to bring them with us to the Germany. Then we also already finished our 3 goals for the tonnage war. This was to sink 110,000, or technically 100 tons equivalent to like cargo. So I managed to reach all of them. We started this war at an even weaker submarine. It was 2 Type A, which has very limited range. Now, because of this achievement, or because of this mission, we were already able to unlock the Type 2D, which is a better U-boat. You are only playing as a German, because this is like a German U-boat simulator, so we are only playing as a Germany. You have different campaigns. You have like from the very beginning of the war or to the very end of the war, or somewhere in between. You can pick different home port, different fleet of U-boats, and different U-boat type technically. Okay, so they are just searching for us without no luck. Let's see, where are they?
Kurs auf
Okay,
diese
so there
Koordinaten setzen.
Corvette is around there,
Bestätige.
which is 4 nautical miles, 225. Yeah, this is correct. And the other one,
Kurs setzen.
okay, this is
Betrachten Sie es
destroyer
als erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
circling around and searching for us. Yeah, and this is a
Kurs
second
auf
one.
diese Koordinaten
So
setzen.
they are somewhere there.
Jawohl, Herr
closing in.
Kaloin.
If the destroyer will pass us
Kurs setzen.
Bestätige.
or leave us alone around like 1 nautical mile, let's say around this distance, then we will try to go to the maximum safe depth, not to the bottom but maximum safe, and then we just try to use the slowest speed around 2 knots and just go away from there. But for that we will have to
Kurs
wait
auf diese
a bit.
Koordinaten setzen.
They are
Natürlich,
still
Herr Kaloin.
eager to kill us. So now we are on the Type 2D. Type 2D is technically around 5,000 miles range on half speed, and the Type 2A was only like around 1,400. So it was very, very close range U-boat. We still managed to attack Scapa this Royal Oak battleship with this Type 2A, as far as I remember. And then we have to, this one is already on our second attempt, so we already laid mines to one coast. Now we are going to Cardiff, and then we try to do the third mission, and then we also, our torpedo mechanic will get this skill quick loading From the skill perspective,
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
our torpedo mechanic is already... Nope. Okay, yeah, this one, Master of Survival. So he now perform all the repair tasks 10% faster because he was part of the Enigma recovery mission. Then our radio officers, do they have already something? Nope, no special skill yet. And our leading officer, including captain, so our leading officers already should have at least one, and this is this bullseye. So this was about the Scapa flow, what we achieved to torpedo the battleship, the big one. Yeah, you can currently rewatch all missions, still should be on the Twitch, and I will start to upload them on YouTube soon enough. Alright, so he's still circling around, but still I will
Auf maximal sichere
try to escape. They are able to ping us with the ASDIC, with the echolocator if they will hear us, but yeah. So one mission depends... Okay, I will now switch to Slovak. Thanks.
Aktuelle Tiefe 50 Meter.
Misia trvá môže niekoľko hodín, pokiaľ hraješ pomaly, pokiaľ sa snažíš... Pokiaľ tam máš takisto na vyššom realizme, lebo nevidíš veci okolo. Keď hraješ na ľahšom, máš ľahší prehľad okolo, čiže sa to hrá aj ľahšie, rýchlejšie. Ale môže sa spraviť misia aj veľmi rýchlo, ako tak do hodinky by sa dala možno spraviť. Je tu tá časová kompresia, dostatočná, keď prepneme na mapu. Máme tu 12x, 48x, 140x, 1800x až 15000x, to naozaj pomáha. V podstate 2 dní reálneho času sme prešli za pár minút od začiatku. Táto situácia ma trošku spomalila, lebo tie lode chcel som sa im vyhnúť a bohužiaľ ma našli. Teraz už nemáme žiaden dohľad, pretože sme pod vodou hlboko, momentálne 40 metrov, čo samozrejme nemáme žiaden periskopový dohľad, čiže máme iba hydrofónny dosah. Mohol by som počkať aj s časovou kompresiou, ale ak by dobehli korvety nado mňa, aby ma odhalili a hodili na mňa tie hlbinné nálože, tak by som to asi nestihol zareagovať. Čiže teraz je to taká situácia, že keď sú bojové lode po blízku, je dosť riskantné použiť kompresiu. Už sa mi tak stalo, že som sa aj utopil, lebo som použil omylom namiesto 12, ktorú som chcel. Použil som 140, lebo na myške mám mapované na rôznych gombíkoch rôzne rýchlosti. A no, nestihol som nič, mal som asi 6 dier a to už sa nedalo s tým robiť nič. Napríklad to nahovoril, že nás badali, ale ani som si to nevšimol. Už bola paľba, lebo sme mali kompresiu. Čiže to napovedal, že nás badali. Ak by sme šli na normálnej rýchlosti, samozrejme stíhame reagovať rýchlejšie, tak sme mali dlhší čas mali vlastne, kedy sme boli pod paľbou, až kým sa naozaj niečo nestalo, čiže až vtedy sa to spomalilo samo. Čiže áno, bolo to dosť rizikové použiť tú kompresiu vtedy, keď ešte boli lode dosť blízko, hlavne destroyer. Potom máme tu takisto aj Headquarters, kde máme rôzne misie. Momentálne pracuje jeden z mojich... V podstate toho sme vyťahli z tej ponorky s Enigmou. Ten radista viac menej. On teda vlastne pracuje na vylepšenom hydrofóne. OK, čiže sa vidíme neskôr. Dík za sledovanie. A YouTube link je priamo na mojom kanáli, je tam priamo odkaz na ňo, ale ešte tam nie sú žiadne videá, lebo mi ich YouTube nedovolilo, lebo boli dlhšie, tak ich musím rozdeliť na viacero časti a potom ich nahrám. Niekedy dnes, zajtra by to malo byť urobené. A prípadne ti potom pošlem. Dík. Tak sa vidíme možno na budúce. Čau. Dík.
Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung.
Tiefe unter Kiel 7 Meter. Aktuelle Tiefe 45 Meter.
Schraubengeräusche direkt über uns.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Welcome to my stream. So currently we are trying to avoid destroy, which is around this direction from us, and then 2 corvettes which are there. Destroy is already without any depth charges, and corvettes are closing in, so we will have to see if they can try to attack us. Destroy is only circling around, currently probably unknown. We are currently unknown to them. They used SDIC before, but now they are not, so probably they are not following us. They are just trying to hear us and search for us. We are currently at 40 meters depth and quite close to the bottom, so we can dive deeper if needed and be invisible to SDIC. I'm currently more worried about these 2 corvettes, so that's why we start to move away slowly, quietly, and hopefully they will not be able to engage us. We almost lost 1 sailor because we were attacked while surfaced by a deck gun from destroyer. One of our sailors was hit, but we managed to bring him in, then dive, and then one of our paramedics stabilized him, but unfortunately he has broken arm, so he will not be able to help us in this mission anymore. We are still very far from our target, from our destination.
Verstanden, Kommandant.
We have just entered the English Channel. We have to go through full length of it and then go back until we reach close to Cardiff port, and we are on a mission to plant mines there, and then we have to still return back from this location through English Channel back. So unfortunately they saw us. They already sank one of our friendly U-boats, U-46 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, U-46 was sank by this V-class destroyer, unfortunately, and they are now trying to hunt us, but not yet able to locate us. We were almost run by them, but we used some avoiding maneuvers and then managed to dive deep, so they lost sight of us, lost our position.
35 Meter.
So currently destroyer is behind us and corvettes are closing from this angle, as you can see on the
15 Meter.
compass on top. But still unknown. They still don't know where we are.
Meter.
Unfortunately, the water here is more shallow than before. We were at 40 meters depth. Now we are only at 10 meters depth. So let me check if we even can see something from the... Yeah, they are already using periscope, so let me check as well.
Meter.
Yeah, so let me try to surface. Oh no, we are already in the
Meter.
more deeper area, so let's keep it down. Keep it in the out of hearing on the surface.
40 Meter.
Okay. We are bouncing from the bottom. Hopefully no damage will be done.
Meter.
So destroyer is still behind us. At around 204 degrees, and these corvettes are at 109, 113. So slightly also coming from behind, from our right side. And we'll see if they can spot us. So you can see they are around there. And destroyer is around there. And we are still picking 2 more contacts in front of us. One was like a convoy. So one of these two, 27 or I think 27 degrees is a small convoy, medium convoy, moving out from our position faster, because we are currently only at 2 knots, very low, slow speed to not attract warships around us. And then the second group at 7 degrees is probably, as far as I remember, this was the warship group, and they are also closing in. But they were quite far away. They were technically on the edge of our hydrophone range. So corvettes are already almost to our right side. So probably they are moving maybe parallel to us or maybe closing in. We will have to see. We are on the mine-laying mission, so we have almost no torpedoes to fire. We have only 2, one loaded, one spare, on this small Type 2D, as you know. So there is really almost no capacity for any more torpedoes. This is our sailor, which has a broken arm, unfortunately, but he at least survived the attack of the destroyer of the deck gun. So we are lucky that we haven't lost anyone yet. Destroyer seems to be always on 204 degrees, so I think they abandoned the search because they have already spent all the depth charges. So we technically got rid of them by sitting on the bottom for a while. And the corvettes are just closing in to maybe continue search. Yeah, they are moving a bit. But the V-class is most likely just going away. Let me maybe double check on the map.
Verstanden, Kommandant.
So this one is not closing in anymore. This is one of the corvettes. This is technically in parallel to us. This small group, as I mentioned, this is closing in. These are probably another warships, but they are still quite far, like maybe around 30 nautical miles. This is this convoy. Yeah, the convoy is technically copying the coastline, so they are there, but we will not be able to engage them. We have only, as I mentioned, 2 torpedoes.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Jawohl, Herr Kaloin!
Right, small typo, and then we have This one is... Now I'm puzzled what's this one. So this one is a destroyer. So this one is high speed, moving away. So we got rid of this one at least. So destroyer is out of the fight. This Corvette is parallel to us. Okay, so both would be parallel to us. So we will see. There are almost at level 90 degrees, so next to our right side, and destroyer is just always at 204, as we saw on the map. It's just moving fast away. They abandon the search. So we could technically try to go a bit faster.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
And maybe even to go to periscope depth to see how far are they. Maybe do it the other way. Let's first check visually,
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
and then we can decide if we will go faster or slower.
Aktuelle Tiefe 20 Meter. Herr Kaloy, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick
So they are
eingesteuert.
around 90 degrees. Yeah, there is one. And there is a second one. They're also going quite slow. Let me calculate the distance. I'm not sure what type of Corvette is this one, but I will assume it's the flower class. Most likely. Yeah, this one is maybe around 5 tons. It's quite hard to say
6,
right now.
0 Meter.
Because also with the landmass behind them, it's very hard to see the flag of how tall it is. But we still I believe we can surface now. They are quite far, even though they are moving parallel to us. But hopefully we will be able to. Let me measure the velocity.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Let's wait until we are completely still to have the most precise measurement of their speed. Right, so we are still, and I believe it's somewhere there. Right, roughly there. So, okay, if it's 11, then it's quite fast. Because on surface we are around 10. But let's surface and keep it on electric for now.
Tanks anblasen.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Lenzpumpe einschalten. Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Herr Kaloy, wir sind aufgetaucht.
So the destroyer is really facing away. And they are there. Alright, so this seems to be flower class, which we checked correctly. And the other one seems to be... Let me check. Yeah, this should be this Isles class because of the... of this ramp for depth charges. So this is definitely the other class. Let me use Uzo to get the better management reading for distance. So this is the flower class. Roughly there. Okay, 5 kilometers away. And it's already dark, so we should be able to even switch to diesel and hope that they won't notice us.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 5, 2, 3, 4 Meter. Auf Dieselmotoren wird Alarm beenden. Schleichfahrt beenden.
Reisekompass einschalten.
We will use our time to repair what was damaged already by a fire from destroyer. So the destroyer is now really far away. We were going by very high speed. I think it's up to 35 knots on surface for this V-class destroyer. So they just abandoned the search and went away. Yeah, so somewhere around 5 kilometers. The gun is almost completely repaired, which is good, and then we also repaired turret and a turn. There are a couple of other contacts around there, but we do not see any smoke at all, so I think they are just at the edge of our hydrophone range, so they are not visible yet. But at least one of the groups were closing in. The other one is probably somewhere there as a small or medium convoy, but we won't engage them. Just have to pass these corvettes and... Okay, so the gun is fixed.
Wir sollten das Boot nach versteckten Schäden absuchen.
Alarm! Auf Gefechtsstation!
Als eingespielte Mannschaft werden wir dem Feind zeigen, wozu ein Uboat in der Lage ist. Schaden am Turm repariert.
Right, so they needed to check the U-boat more deeply if there are any hidden damages, but we were lucky there were no, so we can abandon the alarm and continue
Alarm beenden!
normal operations. I will lose some time compression just watching these two corvettes to note be surprised like we did last time with the time compression I wasn't watching. So technically they are not visible to the crew, it's only visible to us because we are using like manual mode, but so they are really far away from like crew visibility perspective, so we should be also invisible to them. Right, so we see them in the manual mode, but the crew cannot see them. So I will just leave this manual position and let the crew notify us if they will be in range again.
Bestätige.
I will check visually now where they are, because this is going to be more closer. If they will be somewhere around there, maybe they will be able to spot us. So let's check. And from the look of it, they are already behind us. So they probably just abandoned the search and maybe are still in their assigned sector. Let me just double check. I do not even see if this is a Corvette anymore, which is good.
Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. Peilung 135
Alright, so
Grad.
these two funnel smokes were some other ships. These are still next to us, or technically parallel to us, but as far as I can see they are at 140 degrees and a bit further away than the last time. So they are probably slower, and we should be able to pass this more narrow space. Let me double check the map again.
Bestätige.
So they are at 140 degrees. So they are somewhere this direction. And we are already there, so we are faster than them. So we when we will reach this position, they could be technically somewhere around here, so this should be fine. Yeah, this should be safe. We will continue without any changes.
Uns wurde von einem verbündeten Boot ein mögliches Ziel in unserer Nähe gemeldet.
Seven nine five. I think this is behind us. 795. So this is not in our direction at all.
Schornsteinrauch. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 75 Grad.
This is 75 degrees. This is like to our right side in front of us.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Yes, around there. So we see in manual mode there is a destroyer, they only see a smoke, and there seems to be another Corvette. But I will not alarm the team, the crew by really checking them from manual position, so I just rely on the crew visibility. I will do a quick sweep around if we see anything else, but most likely not. It's quite windy and there are some big waves, so sometimes I just got confused that there is a smoke or something, but it's just a wave. Like here, for example. Alright, so we do not see anything else except our sailor, so we should be able to just continue. Without binoculars, these are really far away. It's very hard. The devils put us.
Alarm! Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. Peilung?
Zeigen wir ihm, wozu eine
75 Grad.
U-Boot-Besatzung fähig ist.
Oh, so now he was even able to see them from like station perspective, so let's check really if we have to do any actions.
Standseerohr besetzen. Melden Sie sich zur Wache.
As I said, this one is Corvette, and behind it there is a destroyer. So we can see them already from like crew perspective, but we won't change anything. We'll continue surface, we'll continue diesel fuel for now, or diesel engine, because we are very small U-boat, and we are probably not so easy to be detected. We are type 2D, not even type 7 yet. Just to be sure, we will monitor a special destroyer in this from like this perspective, and we do time compression again.
Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. Peilung 80 Grad.
Alright, but it seems that they are just moving faster than us and moving away.
Langsam beenden!
Alright, so crew cannot see them anymore, so we can continue on the map view. We will rely on the crew visibility or range that they can notify us. So we are going to the 9th, and it should be better for us that we won't be seen.
Bestätige! Motoren wechseln.
Alright, so now we see contrail, so there can be a plane around, so we have to react fast.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
So he's assigned to the depth keeping or depth steering station, so he is going to help us to dive faster. And we should be able to avoid being spotted. And it's also dark, so hopefully no one will saw us.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
So at 160 degrees there was a plane before. Or contrail only. Currently I do not see any moving object. So they were maybe just passing on a long distance from our position. Alright, since our crew haven't spotted anything, we will surface in a brief moment, but I will just use some time compression to move further away.
Tanks anblasen!
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Elektrokompressor einschalten. Lenzpumpe einschalten. Auf diese Motoren wechseln.
Der feuchte Nebel steiget. Mein Tagwerk ist getan.
Lenzpumpe ausschalten.
We're approaching our destination, which is probably heavily guarded. We already have a recon done for this port, so we see there are nets around there, and there are mines over there to protect the port from the submarines, so every ship knows how to avoid them. Now we also know because of the recon mission we performed before, but we are just going to lay mines over there. It's already daytime, it's 10 o'clock in the morning, 16th of January 1940, so we will probably have some trouble to get unnoticed because the water is very shallow here.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kommissar. Tiefe unter Kiel,
Okay, so
21 Meter.
around 20 meters, so we won't be able to even hide diving down. Let's just check visually if there is anything in front of us before we use any time compression anymore, because we are really just 20 nautical miles away. Okay, so just check visual without any equipment. I do not see any smoke on the horizon, which is very good for us. Let's check more deeply. Alright, so it seems that we are currently quite fine. I was expecting a heavy opposition, but don't look so bad currently. Alright, so we are almost at the destination. And we will check visual if there is anything in front of us before we continue any time compression again. Right, everything seems to be calm. Perfect for us. Maybe there will be some airplanes circling around. But let's quickly check 90 degrees there, 90 degrees there if there is anything in front of us. Seems empty. Very good.
Schornsteinrauch,
Right,
kleine
now we see
Gruppe,
something
Peilung, 10 Grad.
in front of us.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
And also behind us now, I see. Alright. Let's double check what's behind and then what's in front. This is far away. And this is probably enemy warships already. We see something, but it's still far away. They're like, maybe even a convoy. It's like... No, this should be probably enemy warships. There is one to the side, one in front, one in the back. Now I'm not sure if there is only one on this side, if there are one in front and one behind, or maybe even three of them. Alright, so let's monitor the situation and yeah, try to avoid them.
Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung.
We are probably still in the shallow water. Okay, we are facing this direction. Yeah, 20 meters. So they are technically going to maybe cross our path. Or maybe they'll just pass right to us. Nope, I haven't destroyed any single ship. No, this is really, they are coming at me. If it's this shape, smoke, then they are coming at me. If they will be... This one is also moving in. From this shape, it's definitely moving in or closing in. We are almost at our destination. We went through all the English Channel and all around, and we are 6 nautical miles from us. They are at 10 degrees, so they are somewhere around this position probably, because we already see it as a smoke, so somewhere in between, probably somewhere there at 10 degrees. So this is the group what we see currently. Yes, shape helps a lot. You can technically ask to go for the hydrophone check, and then you will get exact information, but it's already, if you are used to, then you already know from the shape of the smoke if the ships are closing in or moving away. This seems to be destroyer probably, or maybe 2 ships. But this is most likely a warship. Maybe I'm wrong because I see only a few meters from it, but this seems to be a warship. This one I'm not sure. Because of these 2 masts. This I'm not yet sure. What's this one?
Alarm! Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht.
Ah, so this is also a destroyer.
10 Grad.
So they are dealing with maybe 3 destroyers, couple of corvettes. Still far away. We should be still safe. For a while. Note that this is also one of the settings in realism. You can have a flat earth, or you can have it curved like normal curvature. The only thing which is not set fully is the dark nights, because nights are completely dark, you won't see anything. But for the stream it won't be useless that you are watching just the black screen all the time during night. So that's why I have artificially lightened nights. But this is the only thing from 100% realism, but we still are on 100. If I go to settings, we are still on the 100 because I have other options, more heavy or more harder, so that's why we are still reaching 100%. The one behind us could be a freighter, just going to the Cardiff. No, I'm also playing. Because of that reason I have the artificially lighter nights because of the stream, so you will see technically quite well in the dark. This will be freighter, probably going to Cardiff port, and these are patrolling warships. Okay, so we see at least 1 destroyer, or this could be even a convoy. Maybe with some tanker in the middle. I still do not see much. So there is 2 destroyers, 1 corvette already, so this will be probably just warships, group of warships. Alright, so let's dive and let's try to avoid them, because we are close to our destination. It will be quite unlucky if we are spotted now. You can control everything manually, so you can just go down, use the valves and just flood ballast tanks, and then we will get water in and then start diving in. And currently captain is waiting until all crew members are inside. Now we can just flood all ballast tanks. And now we will naturally dive down. I will assign our torpedo mechanic for now to the depth station.
Ja, Herr Kaloin.
So he should help us to dive faster.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln!
Herr Kaloy, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe.
Right, so we are
Boot für
already
Rundblick
submerged.
eingesteuert.
You can also control in case of emergency power to each section, so to have everything dark. If section is flooded, then it's better to just get rid of the power to not destroy the equipment. But also engines are then stopped and so on, so you have to really decide what's the priority. Alright, so let's...
Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe. Peilung 165 Grad.
So 165 degrees, another warship group. This is very far because we were not able to see anything in this direction. Or maybe this one smoke was already 165, I forgot to check. But let's check now. We will use just observation periscope to have only one on the above the surface. I don't need the second one for the targeting torpedoes here. And this one is quite useful because there are also visual filters. So this is the without any filter. Then we have the night filter, which is technically bringing the red light in. And we have also the this one is much better. This is like a bright daylight filter.
Kondensstreifen.
Okay.
Peilung 170 Grad.
We were quite lucky that we already dived because there is already aircraft patrolling the area. So this funnel smoke is 165, and as we were reported, this is already small group of propellers. Is a small warship group, so this is probably the leading ship from this group. So we still can see that there are two destroyers. No, this is already second Corvette, so two destroyers, two Corvettes, and what was there in the middle? Okay, can we see anything? Yes. So I think we already identified this as a Corvette before. What about this one in the middle? So this is the third destroyer, and what's on the side? That's third Corvette, so we currently are dealing with 3 destroyers, 3 Corvettes, which is, to be honest, quite heavy if we are detected.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum. Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Zu Befehl, Herr Kommandant.
So moving these squares or rectangles here, this means that these are like additional sailors assigned to the officer. So he is now in the command station, so all activities will be performed faster. That's currently not bad to assign him, because we will be loading at least one group of mines into the torpedo tube as soon as we fire them, as soon as we reach destination, so this is just helpful for now. Assigning more sailors to the engine, this is also one of the points, is reducing consumption, and the other one is having faster reactions on the changes of the speed. We currently do not need to have anyone assigned. Technically, a radio station cannot be assigned with more sailors because this is the small U-boat. We can do it only on the bigger type. And then a listening room is not needed because we do not need to have bigger hydrophone range. And I already assigned to one. Gray means that they are currently not used because he is on this depth steer station. But we will assign him to load the mines as soon as we release first 3 of them. So then he will need additional sailors to do it faster, and in combination with command station officer, we should be reloading quite fast. The plane is already out of sight, so it was just one patrol checking if there is any suspicious activity, so we dived in time. We were not yet detected. Our current speed is just 5 knots. On surface we have 10, but yeah, we cannot go faster, and we cannot go surface definitely for now, until this group will pass us. They're already reaching at like 20 degrees, they were spotted at 10, so they're already going like to our right side. All 6 of them. 1, 2. Are there 2 of them? So 1, 2, 3 on this section, 1, 2, 3, then there is a 4th one is closest to us. 5th one, and I'm not sure where is the 6th one, but we already checked them. when they were on a different angle to us, so we probably saw already 6 of them. Maybe there are... Okay, doesn't matter now. We just have to be careful that they won't hear us. So I already
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
reduce the speed to reduce noise. And I will double check on the map how far are they, because I can do that from... Well, let's maybe do it by periscope first. But for that we need a second periscope. Attack periscope. Alright, this will be quite difficult to know the type of destroyer from this distance. But let's try to assume there are at least 2 chimneys, because... Or is it this one? Already Black Swan class. Definitely not this one. This could be EF class. But there is only one flag on the front pole, and this one has 2 of them, and I'm not sure if I'm not seeing 2 of them. One there, okay, it's very far. So let's assume it's the EF class for now, and let's measure distance. So 6 kilometers
Aktualisieren.
away.
Entfernung 6, 3, 1, 3 Meter.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Zu Befehl, Herr Kommandant.
It's definitely the Hunter class because there is only one flag at the front, and this one has 2 of them. 2 poles, 2 masts. This is also not that. Ah, tribal class. So tribal class, yes, it's also possible. We are dealing with this class, but I do not see this structure in front of the second one. Maybe not this one. This is very likely German type. By the way, when we did the Scapa Flow mission, we destroyed this battleship Nelson class. Huge one. With this very small U-boat type. With 3 torpedoes directly to the side. Okay, so... Tribal. Maybe. I do not see the second chimney yet, but they are still at the angle. But this could be AF class because of the area there. And Black's one probably not, because this is like too empty area and there are still some things there, even though there is this rod at the end. So okay, is there a rod or is that the hooks? If it seems to be like hooks, so I think this is the EF class. Let's do it for now. This one is definitely different class. Yeah, I also see only one chimney for now, but we are still at the quite steep angle to it. If it will pass us from the side, it will be better to see. Okay, so this one is different one. Which one? Okay, so this is not Black Swan. Or is it? I think there is only one mast. Yeah, it looks like that. So not this one. This one has 2 flags and I see only one. So not this one. Hunt class. Most likely not. And there is also this rod in the front and I do not see it there, so most likely not. Not Sims class. V class maybe, like from this perspective. Yeah, and the small structure. This is definitely V class. Let's for now assign this class to it. Let's remeasure the distance to this EF class. We have to slow down already.
Schussunterlagen
Getting
aktualisieren.
closer.
Entfernung 4, 8, 7, 0 Meter.
And is this the Corvette? No, there should be more than Corvette there. Okay, I currently have no idea why this is picking up as a Corvette. Maybe they are just like Corvette in front of the destroyer. Yeah, now we see a destroyer. Probably the same as this one, because I see only one mast and the same small structure behind there. So this is definitely... What was this one? Okay, I think I have it still in the list. And I will slow down now to the
Kleine Fahrt
lowest
voraus.
possible speed. So V class, it's going to be V class. And Corvettes I'm not bothered yet to identify, so let's check this one. EF class. It's definitely a different shape in the front than this one. And there is also 2 masts. Yeah, speed, good point. We can stop our ship.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
But they are already at 35 degrees from us, like the group I mean. Or 30 something. So they are probably moving fast because we are really slow. Almost stopped. By the way, assigning officer to this station is also helping with the stability of the U-boat, so it's better for measurements of all the triangular measurement. Around 8 knots, and now I see that there are these 2 hooks at the end,
Geschwindigkeit
and this one
8
has hooks,
Knoten.
so we are definitely having this EF class, one of the destroyers there. So speed is 8, angle currently we are around, I don't know, 75, 70 something degrees from it.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
Okay, this is quite tricky.
Winkel 7,
So
1,
you have to
rechts.
assume, looking from the front of this ship, so rotate the arrow to set the angle on the bow. So angle of bow, this is this AOB, which is an angle at which your U-boat appears to be from the perspective of someone on the target ship. So if you are on this target ship, what is the angle they see us at? So roughly around there for now, but this is really hard to calculate correctly.
Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe. Peilung 165 Grad.
And it's quite sticky. And for the standard torpedoes, this is very crucial point to calculate. For our T5 torpedo, which is currently not yet maintained, but doesn't matter, we are not going to fire and reveal our position. So T5 torpedoes are already like zone cooning, or I don't know how it's in German. So they're technically honing to the propeller sound, so they can change their direction automatically and like assign itself to the nearest ship, which is very helpful in the convoy. Sometimes you hit unexpected target, and this is like strength of it, but also the most weakness is if there is a friendly U-boat around and you hit the U-boat, you will be abandoned from returning to Germany or technically criminal immediately. So it's a very powerful torpedo. type T5, but very dangerous if there are friendly boats around.
Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiff.
Before we reach, okay.
Peilung 155 Grad.
Before we reach our destination, there is one ill or technically wounded sailor next to the torpedo, or in front of the in the front torpedo room. So we have to move them to the officer bunk bed for now to be able to have access to all 3 tubes again. So I will do that now because we are still far and we are. I will just move slowly.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
But before, quickly remeasure the distance.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
Fine, but I will still
Entfernung
raise
zum Ziel.
the
4, 1,
silent
5,
alarm
7
already.
Meter.
Schleichfahrt, Ruhe im Boot.
Yeah, everything is ready so I can move the sailor. He was wounded during the attack by destroyer to our U-boat. We are lucky to. He was already on the deck, but we are lucky to bring him in and stabilize his situation. Unfortunately, he's broken arm, so yeah. Alright, so how far? This is quite easier when you are playing on the easy settings, because you can have like an indicator on these icons here. And you will see what is the percentage that they are able to spot you. So with more realistic settings, as we are playing at 100, it's just yeah. I have not yet this gut feeling to be really precise, but I'm just trying to have some like under 4,000 or 4,000 meters or 4 kilometers. I'm already trying to be slow, quiet and slow. So this one is definitely EF class. Now it was even before, it wasn't visible that there are 2 chimneys, but now we have 2 of them. We also see this small dot, I think it's a searchlight on top of this tower. So it's definitely EF class, as we already checked. So we are under 4,000 kilometers, 4,000 meters.
6, 2, 7 Meter.
The one there is V class. This one is roughly a bit further away.
Entfernung
And this one is also V class.
8, 3 Meter.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
So somewhere around 4
Entfernung
kilometers.
zum Ziel 3, 9, 2, 6 Meter.
If one of them is at 8 knots, then all of them in the group are at 8 knots, or in a group, or like warship group, or in the convoy when there are a mixture of the freighters, tankers, or warships. They are already at around 45 degrees from us, so if they will move 90, then we are hopefully safe. Okay, so there are another warships coming from behind, so we have to keep an eye on them as well until we reach our mine-laying destination. We could technically fire one torpedo. It's a very good target now, very easy, but we will reveal our position immediately, so we won't do that. Still winter, still just January 1940. Hopefully we'll not be coming to Cardiff port anytime soon, because this is quite heavily guarded port typically. And now I will also change to the other periscope to just have one above the surface, not 2 of them, and also use the filter for better reading. But this one is unable to measure distance, and it's also not as tall as the main one. But I think it has a better zoom. This one is deactivated, and it's also saying that this is not possible to use for, like, to measure through observation device.
Kondensstreifen, Peilung 290 Grad.
Yeah, so we see the enemy plane searching the area or patrolling the area. They also have depth charges, at least in these early years of the war. They were able to just fly above us and then drop charges. Later on, I think they will have some weapon. Also, I think the SD options they can. So roughly I think around 3 kilometers away, maybe even less than 3 already. Just saying, because I cannot measure. You can, if you encounter one airplane with just charges, it's typically possible to, but you have to be surfaced, to assign officer to the deck gun. We currently have only flag gun on this small submarine. We are only using like MG gun, machine gun, and then he is technically trying to shoot it down. For that there is also like special skill option you can assign to the officer. It's like, let me check. I think it's assigned to captain already. No, it's not. So this is the gunner. So they will use more accurately, and in the manual mode, if you are driving the gun, then you will see a better recoil. So with this option, your officer is typically able to shoot down the plane. Later on, we will have, on the bigger submarine, we'll have a 30 or 30 millimeter deck gun. I think something, I don't know, it's a gun. Higher caliber gun. And then you can also use later on if you spend someone and some resources to research, then you will have also anti-aircraft ammunition for that, and this is also possible to shoot with that. And I think there are some other improvements for the Type 7. I think it's go from Type 7B to C to C42 around, or 41, I don't remember. We will see later on. And then if you improve the turn, then you can have better or more or better flag guns, these anti-aircraft machine guns. But for now we are using our anti-aircraft machine gun with high explosive ammunition to bring merchant ships down if they are not escorted, and if they refuse to evacuate. So if it's single ship without any escort, we are trying to just use the gun and cause fire with this high explosive ammunition there. And then if they are forced to abandon the ship, then we just... This is technically how we went through the tonnage campaign. Many time, or majority of the time, we just use the gun or persuasion methods to ask the crew to abandon the ship. Later on, in convoy, this is definitely not possible if there are warships around, so you have to use torpedoes. Let me double check the map. How far are we from the target now? From our destination?
Verstanden, Kommandant.
Still 4 miles. It's also not... I'm not sure if they are able to do it around 1940 already, enemy warships, but you can technically be spotted or intercepted, or technically reveal that you are around if you send a message with warships around, and they will be probably able to pick up your signal, and then you are already not concealed anymore. So I will not do that anymore until we escape the area. Probably somewhere there we will be able to send messages again. So they will be just queued, and we wait until we are free to radio to our HQ. And since we have already sailors free or assigned to stations, so they are automatically using equipment, but I will overtake this one and just use it for better readings. They are already at 90 degrees, so if they are passing us by, we should be able to increase the speed, maybe if they will be at 110 or somewhere there. This is the Isles class. Oh no, this is the Flower. Oh, let me double check. Yeah, Isles class. Definitely this one. This is a small one. As I mentioned, these are these mechanics for throwing the depth charges. So it's quite easy to recognize. What about the other one? The same one. And this is the same one. So there are the same types of corvettes, but one destroyer is different one. This is the V class and this is the EF class. Yeah. And V class, yeah. Correct. See all the guns, everything. Searchlights, yeah. And also a lot of depth charges. Yeah. For now it's quite fine because they have to reach you, and then when they are passing above you they can throw charges on you. So it's still possible to maneuver around, but I think they will improve later on during the war. Like also we will do. We are already on the second type of U-boat. So we will switch to third one as soon as we will unlock it in the campaign. These are also closing in, so we have to, if possible, we have to reach our destination before they will reach us, because yeah, we will then make some noise reloading the mines and so on, so it will be good if they are not directly at us. Already 100 degrees, 105, 110. Exact readings are there from my crew. But these are still not yet at our right side, so we will wait until the last one is at 110 and then we increase the speed slightly. And then a bit more. We can release mines from submerged position and also from the surface position, so it's worked. Yeah, it's the same for torpedoes, you can fire torpedoes as well. U-boat, underwater boat, I believe. That's my explanation for U-boat. So let's lock this one, so we can faster center on this one, because this is the last in the group. We were technically until today quite lucky. I think until now we were never spotted, and only today the destroyer spotted us, fired at us, but since it was already without any depth charges, we were just able to dive, get rid of it and then continue. So this was our first time we were spotted. I think it's our, I don't know, 7th mission maybe already. Let me check. 8th mission already. So we were going from the first mission, it was like only the patrol mission, so it was just for sectors. Then we have, okay, the second was already mining the British East Coast. Then we were, what was the next one? Mission 3. Okay, so this was this Scapa flow. We encounter Pegasus. This was the ship with the planes on top. No, VM4N. Nope. It was my bad because I just used time compression. So this was third mission. The fourth one was another patrol mission. This we technically worked on the tonnage war. Same there. On the fifth mission. Sixth mission was also about tonnage war. Then the seventh was Enigma recovery, which was really quite good. And then we are already at the eighth mission. And now we are going to mine Cardiff port. Yep. So almost at 100 degrees. The last one I will already increase the speed to 1 notch because the one which is closest to us is already quite far. Yeah, should be fine. Or should I whisper? As my crew. Yes, but this campaign will take a while to go through all 5 years of the war, all different missions and everything, campaigns, and then maybe later on I will stream other game. But there is a DLC coming around April 17 with the new Type 9 class, the Type 9 of the U-boat, the bigger one, the longest one, which was able to reach Indian Ocean. So this will be also probably the next rerun of the war with this new type, because I think it will be available from the very beginning. So we will already start on the Type 9. There were a couple of different variants, I think 9A, 9B and so on. So I'm not sure what will be available in the DLC, but we will definitely try the big one with more crew. I think there are even 3 periscopes and other details, yeah.
Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. Peilung 150 Grad.
So we was already able to pick that this is the destroyer at 151. 151, yeah, 151. And another one is also destroyer. And what about this one? This is 1-5 something, I do not see. This one is probably not yet detectable. But he is quite skilled captain. I do not see anything, and he already know it's a destroyer, so really good one. Yes, if they once detect the class, then yes, this is always true. At least in the current version. Nope. This will be quite funny addition, I would say. Maybe you can suggest it to developers. Alright, so they are moving away. They are already... The last one is at 110, so let's increase 1 notch.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
And reach our destination faster. Hopefully they won't hear us. But they are quite far away. I will use the other periscope to remeasure. By the way, when submerged, you have to also take care about the air quality, because there is no fresh air coming into the U-boat. So currently we are down to 95% air quality, so we have to also maintain this one. We cannot be submerged forever, or for a very long time. Oops. Currently it's around 11 hours and a half we can be still submerged. So let's say keep the last half an hour as a safe, so 11 hours we can be still underwater. Yeah, I'm trying to press the talk button. So around 4.5 kilometers. Yeah, 4.5 kilometers.
Kursunterlagen
Yeah,
aktualisieren.
something around there.
Entfernung 4,669 Meter.
Attack periscope is more slimmer or thinner, so enemy warships have more problem to see it, but it also is a bit taller than the other one. It can go on this type 2D around 5 meters or 4.5, and then we can just also lower it if needed, if there are warships around closer to us, so they won't see us. And you can also use this quite funny view, because you see now everything around in the sub and you see at least something looking at. And on top we have this compass reading, so you can directly see where you should face, which is sometimes helpful. But you should be able to see it there as well, yeah. Compass is always accessible. And there is one more zoom, but I do not like it that you are just fully zoomed in, but this is like too artificial. Yes, if you are, I have to play as a captain only from his perspective, because we are using these bright nights, and to reach 100% realism I have to be at the first person, but yes, you can play third person and just like you have a view around the sub, so you will see it from the outside. And you can also see, if I pause it, like now, you can see that how it will look like if you are in the third person. You can directly see any compartment, control anyone, directly assign it to, and like right click to move it anywhere, but this is not available on my current settings. Only in the pause station or pause mode, if I have to like deal with the repairs and so on. If you are thinking about playing it, I recommend to play it on the very easy settings for first, to see like how exactly it works and to get some basics, and then you can even like mid the campaign you can start again with the harder setting. This is much better experience overall. Alright, so we won't be able to surface because these ships are also closing in already, and these are too close and it's bright day. So we won't be able to surface, we'll have to reach our destination already underwater, lay in mines, and then come back and then surface later. So hopefully this oxygen is fine. We already have carbon filters in ventilation system, so we should be able to recycle the air almost fully once. So like extend it by 11 hours more. I will use a slow time compression now to have it a bit faster.
Schraubengeräusche, Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe, Peilung 165 Grad.
So there is another group of warships coming in from 165 degrees, so there is a third one.
Schraubengeräusche, Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe.
And one is also in front of us. Yeah, over there, we already see them. As I mentioned, this port is typically heavily guarded. But we still use some small time compression again. This new group is already closing in on us, so we cannot like go crazy fast with time compression. Yeah, that's probably it. Let me check how far we got.
Verstanden, Kommandant.
So we are down to 2 nautical miles. So I think we are already half. Cut the half. So another quite big group is in front of us, directly in front of us. So maybe they'll even cross our path. So we'll have to maybe maneuver around them. And this group is most likely just passing behind us to from our right to left. So maybe we don't have to do anything. But I will have to measure the distance to the leading destroyer. Let me just maybe get the type first. So most likely again the EF class is the leading one. Yeah, there are these hooks at the end, small ones, so this is EF class. And I will have to use the other one for distance measurement. Oh, quite close. We will slow down now.
Entfernung 3409 Meter.
And I will just switch to one periscope to not have two of them sticking from the water. You can also watch my video from Scapa Flow, how we sank the Royal Oak battleship. It's quite good. We also used the standard torpedoes, not T5. Anyway, the ship was stationary. It was just parked there in the port. But we used torpedoes which are not guided by anything, just by our calculation, and we hit exactly right. So it was very precise calculation. We also had to maneuver around. They spotted us a bit, but they did not engage us. And it was quite also a surprise to me that there was like a destroyer before we reached the port where it was docked, and then destroyer never came to search for us again, so we were technically free to move around. And I even surfaced and give supplies to all the sailors from the down. From the sunken battleship. This one is worrying me. This one is maybe going to be the closest one to us. Alright, just to be 100% safe, because this one really is close, we will just go
Auf maximal
a bit
sichere
deeper
Tiefe
and
gehen.
hide our periscope
Aktuelle
completely.
Tiefe 5 Meter.
We will just track them on the compass to see how far and where exactly are they. Okay, he's maybe trying to...
15
Yeah.
Meter.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
It was not good measurement of the depth of my crew.
Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung.
Tiefe
Okay.
unter Kiel 2 Meter.
You can even hear their sound
Aktuelle Tiefe 10 Meter.
in the distance. These are our electric motors. This is our electric pump or air compressor. No, this is air compressor. Pump is in the central. So this is air compressor. Our electric motors. These are diesel engines, all connected to the propellers, which are just somewhere there. This is the officer area, sleeping next to the running full engine. This is quite noisy area. And then the crew has these bunk beds. They are all foldable, so they can fold up, and then the torpedoes can be maintained and so on. So I will show you one.
Alles klar. Ich
So
werde
he
mich
will
darum
maintain the
kümmern.
torpedo on tube 2 for now. So they fold it up and then take the torpedo out.
Aktuelle Tiefe 15 Meter.
And maintenance mean that they will warm it up, use some grease on it to make it more... I don't know the English word. So they will maintain it and then really put it in, and then if it's maintained,
10
then they have
meter.
higher chance that it will explode on target. So the torpedo is really huge, as you can see. Yeah, and it was quite funny how it works. So you calculate the everything for the torpedo distance and so on, and then the computer which was here just set the gyro computer in the torpedo somewhere, I think at the end of it, and they just use these two propellers to set the angle and so on, and they just fire it from the sub just without any control afterwards. So they just set the gyro computer in it, fired it, yeah, less the distance about it exactly, and then it was just on its own without any other additional control. Now it's maintained, and now it goes back in, and now it's higher chance to explode on impact.
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
This is our cabinet. We have like some coffee there if we are tired on the mission. Currently we haven't used it. This is our breathing apparatus, so if the sub or compartment is flooded, then they can still breathe a bit, and also if the quality of air goes down, so they can breathe a bit longer. This is just a combat helmet. This is used most of the time if you are in the, for example, if we are going to shoot down an airplane, so for the officer to help him to protect. And we have also one diving suit, or we already used it for our Enigma recovery mission. This one is very small. This one, I think, is isolated only by wooden planks, this area, so they help both of them to focus on the sound, on the sound of the propellers, and also on the radio signal. This rest of the U-boat is completely not isolated. It's just like a tube, the long tube, which can withstand the pressure, and that's it. There is no isolation at all. And maybe something is here, like they have like their own personal items there for the crew. Really small one. And you are there with all the other guys sharing. There's also hot sharing of the beds, so you have you sleep there 8 hours, then you have 8 hours you are assigned to station, so someone else sleeps in your bed, and then you are resting for 8 hours, somewhere like eating and doing other stuff, playing games and so on, and then the third person is sleeping in your bed. So it's like really no privacy at all. There is only one toilet for the whole crew at the end on this U-boat. It was quite messy and quite like no privacy at all. The only privacy, as you can see, is this curtain for officers, and there is the toilet for all. Everything was like the whole food and everything was like soaked in the diesel, perfumes and exhaust. So it was really heaters. I think. That's a good question. I did not get the answer yet, but as far as I know, that this room where the diesel engines were running, it was really like 40 degrees hot. So this room was really hot. Now it's open, there are no doors here, so maybe the heat just spread naturally to the whole boat because it's just like a small compartment, technically. So maybe there are no heaters needed if you are running diesel engines. Not sure about like if you are in the winter somewhere in the northern sea, if there are any heaters. But as far as I know, that the station with the engines it was really the hottest one. By the way, how to balance the U-boat buoyancy, like going up and down if there are engines firing here, all the cylinders. So there is a second set just below the deck. So you can technically open it, not in the game but in the real life. You could open this steel stuff floor, and then there is a second set of cylinders behind, so they fire like opposite to each other, so the buoyancy was not affected. It was a really clever design. And the batteries are also stored somewhere, and I think under here. I think in this U-boat you don't see any entry or any check, but I think on the other type there is already like a small window to the bottom that you can see, okay, there are some batteries there. So this one is already in front of us. The first destroyer, the second one is there, and so on. The torpedoes were loaded through this hatch. So this is like a loading hatch of the torpedo. So they were loaded as an angled one, and then they were just stored directly in the tubes or underneath the bunk beds. There are like 2 spare. I'm not sure if they are visible there in the simulation. No, but they were stored somewhere there. And I think in the bigger one they are even stored under the floor, so they have to always like remove the floor, pick the spare ones and then load them. There are these cranes as you have seen and so on, all the equipment. This is our depth station, so he's controlling the front wings and he's controlling the back wings, so they can like control how the U-boat is positioned underwater. And this is our main rudder, or how it's called, a rudder. He's steering the left and right command, and there is also like all this information for them available. Currently we are at this around 15 meters. Yep. If I open it there, it's also like saying somewhere there. The target is 10, but we are somewhere at 15, so let's slowly
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
move forward. Hopefully they won't hear us. Now the electric engines are only running. The biggest noise was not from the engine itself, but from the gearbox turning the torque from the engine or from the motor to the propellers. These are a small this one, so a small galley, so they prepare food. They can even they will typically like eating and playing cards around there. This is just one table available in the whole U-boat of this type, at least in this version which we have. And all the equipment and other valves controlling the stuff around the main hull of the U-boat. There are like tanks like extended to the side and so on, and they can be filled with diesel fuel, with oxygen, with drinking water, because there is no source of drinking water when they are in the sea. So there are different types, and then there are also like this buoyant, how they are called, ballast tanks. So ballast tanks are at the front and at the end. So you, if you want to submerge, you just use the compressed air from the compressor, push the water out by the air, so fill them with air, and then you naturally will just surface, because if there is no water in, if you are not heavier than you should be, then you should be able to surface, because you just replace water in the tanks with the gas in the tanks. It's quite clever design. So this was called Christmas tree. All the valves and everything you can control, all the tanks around the U-boat separately, but we are not allowed in this simulation. We have only these options like to submerged or fully submerged, only the term, and keep the deck awash. So I will show later. And this is emergency if you are getting water in and you have to really surface in order not to sink. So this will not stop the compressor pushing the water always out. So we are like trying to compensate for the heavier U-boat if you have some water in, but we won't do that now. They have a sonar. They are typically pinging from time to time, so there is a small chance that they will just find you just randomly, but most of the time they have some hydrophone or similar to that, some voice or noise check, and if they hear you, then they will start using sonar. It's called ASDIC as a abbreviation. It was a British invention, I believe. Yeah, they can. If you are completely silent, stopped, and sitting on the bottom of the floor, there is a chance that even if they pass on top of you, they will not react fast enough to detect you. But yeah, that's quite a bad situation already if they are already above you. Okay, so we only see now that all the ships from this group are already in front of us. We are slowly moving to our target, so maybe we can just check visually how far are they. So I will use the other periscope, and then maybe we can continue with periscope already. Okay, so I can click directly this icon and go directly to the periscope there, but I will go slowly, so I will try to go to something like, I don't know, 8 meters first.
10 Meter.
And see if we are already with this tallest periscope from this depth able to see something at least, because I do not want to reveal the whole body of the stuff, because I have no idea how far are they. Alright, so I don't see anything, so let's go to 7 meters, so 1 meter
Tauchen auf.
higher.
5 Meter.
He's always saying only like each 5, with the step of 5, so he's saying 5, but I just pointed to 7 anyway. Okay, there is one here, quite far I would say, at least this one, and what about the other one? Should be somewhere around. Okay, this one is. Oh, okay, these are really close. Let me just double check if we can quickly measure it. What was the class of this one? Maybe. I don't remember. Somewhere around 2 kilometers away. Quite close. But okay, we can keep this 7 meters for now and just use the very top of the periscope visible outside. They can spot us also visually. They can ping sonar or they can hear us. So there are 3 ways how they can realize that we are close to them. Okay, so this... let me try. I will do this one.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Okay, just slowly raise the periscope because the whole U-boat is raising. Alright, so these clouds or these smokes are indication that these boats should be coming at us. And these ones that they are facing away. This is the group which passed us already, and I'm not sure if you see the difference, but these are closing in and these are moving away. No, there are no enemy submarines at all in this game. There were definitely English ones and so on, but they are not part of this game yet, because there is very small team who worked on this U-boat game, and they are not yet ready. You never see even our allied ships. Only allied U-boats if you are somewhere on the sea, except there are some missions, I think, when you have to escort your convoy or something, then you see our German ships, but otherwise there are no German ships available, maybe at the ports only, but not on the sea. You will only encounter enemy ships and friendly or allied U-boats, that's it, at least in this current version. So yeah, that's the difference between the smoke. These are moving away and these are closing in. I'm not sure if you see the difference, but I know already. I see it. Alright, so they are almost in front of us. Now moving away, so... we should be able to reach our destination, hopefully without getting noticed. Ha! Nice. VM4N. That you can see it. It took me some time to understand the difference, but now I know. Okay, and there is another group which we know coming directly at us. And this will be probably the hardest one to avoid, so I'm not sure if I should already start turning, because this one is like right at us, 0 degrees, and he's like, I don't know, 0 point something. And probably moving already our direction. So we'll see, we have to maybe move in between these two, somewhere there. Maybe let's do that already. So I will go there.
Kurs 9,8 Grad.
And then we will continue observing this group. Okay, these are fine. We are unlucky that we entered the Cardiff area during the bright of the days already 2:30. So since it's January, I believe, I'm not sure, let me check where is the sun.
Langsame Fahrt voraus. Halbe Fahrt voraus.
They are closing in, but they are not yet there, so we should be able to maintain the speed for a while.
Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. Peilung direkt voraus.
Pt5 is another destroyer, so this is exactly what we see. I think this will be Corvette behind it. I'm not sure, it's not detectable from this range. So because this is definitely destroyed, it's a big one. Still too far. So we are not heading now to our destination, but we technically could reach it anyway, but we are trying to avoid these two ships somehow. Let me double check our rear. Alright, so these are still quite far. Alright, so I will slow down now.
Langsame Fahrt
A notch.
voraus.
Or maybe already to the complete slowdown. Alright, so we should be heading in between destroyer and Corvette. He is heading slightly left of us as well as them, so I will now point probably there.
Kurs 9,6 Grad.
And now we will slow it completely down
Eine Fahrt voraus.
and maybe even stop soon until they pass. And maybe even sit on the... How deep is now
Melden
the
Sie mir die
situation?
aktuelle Tiefenmessung.
not able to reach the ping guy, so I will try again.
Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung.
Okay, currently there is probably some traffic there because of alarm and everything. Okay, the alarm currently... Okay, there is no stress level at all raising, so they are quite fine, because we are not yet detected. Yeah, that's not bad for now.
Tiefe unter Kiel.
Okay, so 5 meters only below us, so not much to hide from. So let's continue in this direction. I will now change the periscope to have only one. Or maybe we'll directly stop already, because let me check if we can hear them already.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Alright, now wait, so we can continue.
Kleine Fahrt
But I
voraus.
will go deeper.
Auf maximal sichere Tiefe gehen.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
You can technically use any equipment which is accessible like this one, so you can set the torpedo stuff, but I unfortunately currently do not understand all these equipments. You can also go to torpedo this is like a computer for
15
torpedo
Meter.
salvo type and so on, and then you have... Okay, we have to stop.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
And then there is also one more computer to calculate based on the measurements from the periscope. You can go to this computer. Everything was mechanic computer,
10 Meter.
and you can use this computer to really set all the information to the torpedo itself. So this is like target bearing, like this angle from the target. Then you have, okay, this I even do not know what this is, the distance to target calculation, it's speed calculation, angle and bow, deflection, so you have like all stuff you
Aktuelle
can
Tiefe
set
15
manually
Meter.
and then fire torpedo, but I'm using one of the officers to control this stuff, because it's like crazy complex. Okay, now we can hear them already, so just we'll wait here and hopefully they won't detect us. If yes, then we have a lot of trouble, because there are like, I don't know how many ships around. If they all start to search for us, we will have a big problem. This command station, you can assign any other. You can assign any other officer to the command station. Okay, if there is one already at the command station, that this is like his commanding officer, helping others to get their task done faster. But this command station, there is this symbol, the damage control. He's technically preventing more severe damage to our submarine. Okay, the sound is the propeller sound from the warships coming at us, so you can hear them already. But we are only at 10 meters, so we are almost visible from the top, so hopefully they won't notice us, but this is quite risky. 10 meters is very shallow. I don't believe we will survive this. I think they will detect us. It will be very, very lucky if not. They are almost at us directly. If you see, this is like the middle of the ship. Like here, for example, and they are on compass, they are like almost... Oops. They are like almost right at us. Yeah, 4 degrees, 5 degrees, 20 degrees, and 352, 353, so we will see if we can manage. Yeah, that sound was that we were... I was asking them to go to the... Okay,
Tauchen
go deeper.
auf.
So this
20
was like
Meter.
the crash dive to the maximum safe depth, yeah? Safe depth shouldn't be the bottom of the sea, they should be like a couple of meters above. But sometimes they miscalculate and we are like sliding on the bottom of the sea, so we can even damage our torpedo tubes and so on. So this is... They miscalculated the depth of the sea here. And sometimes they have very shallow water like here, couple of meters. So you are technically quite safe, even if I go back to pump. So this is currently facing, where is it? Say, okay, currently there is no like special, there is only one atmosphere pressure, even though we are at 10 meters almost. 19 meters, no, we are 10 meters only, or 11. So there is like quite good pressure, so if there will be any leakage, the water will come in normal speed. If you are in a deeper depth, then the water has much more force and it's like flooding the YouTube much faster. By the way, we have already 1 cubic meter of water in because of like the leakage of periscopes and other stuff, but this is currently have no effect on our buoyancy level. So if there will be like minus 10% already, we will have some problem already. But pump works without any obstacle. It will pump normally like on the surface until you read that there is like additional pressure. But there are other areas. I think this one goes somewhere to like 150 meters, and that's the maximum which can reach. And then there are other areas which are like kilometers depth, yeah, so in Atlantic Ocean and so on. So if you are in such area and you start to get water, and especially if you are like getting water, for example, in the front, then the whole sub will turn like straight further down, and you cannot solve this one even with the ballast tank. So you are going to just be crushed by the water pressure later on. They will submerge so deep that that water will crush the whole crew and the whole U-boat. It happened quite often for the crew. I think it was like, I don't know how many thousand, let's say like 40,000. I think it was around 40,000 sailors were assigned on the German U-boats, but only 10,000 survived the war. So like 3/4 of the sailors died by different circumstances. For example, like let's say we are at this situation, yeah, and we are underwater, not deep yet, but let's say our equipment is so damaged that we cannot surface. Yeah, so we will wait here 10 meters below. We cannot open the hatch because it's like high pressure from outside, and we will just wait here until we die without oxygen and without so on. Yeah, so it wasn't pleasant to be a U-boat sailor. Okay, so technically we picked right decision most likely. So the corvettes are closer to us than destroyers. Destroyers are more further away. So if corvettes will not detect us, then we should be fine. If not, if we will be detected, we have to just go to periscope depth, full speed, and try to maneuver around, avoiding the collision, because we have also collision settings. We have to always look around where we are heading and who is heading at us if we are detected, and also avoiding depth charges and so on. So hopefully they won't see us today. It's already 3 o'clock in the evening, so the sun will be set maybe in half an hour, maybe in 1 hour. So this should be then darker and help us to sneak to our destination. So still Corvette is at 6 degrees. But not direct. Nothing is directly at us, at least it seems. But this is the hardest group for now, so we will see our crew can manage. I'm not sure if there is any difference from the sound perspective, but we can also change these diving plates, these wings technically, to be on manual mode, not electric, so maybe they are quiet, but we are anyway not moving at all. So, but this could technically help us with the noise reduction. Let's do that for now. Alright, so the closest one is at 7. And it's just Corvette. It's quite psychological to be under the so many warships. And you have to be quiet. Yeah, it wasn't easy job or assignment. This one is almost already to our side. Okay, so there are more further to the front on the left side, but this one is on the right side, is already like a bit to the side, a bit more. I think there is also like a depth measurement, so we are currently around 11 meters. It's only for the first 12 meters and then it's not usable, but it was like probably good observation if officer sleeps here. Do they have also some compartments? Yeah, they also have some compartments for personal items there. Yeah. But since we have 6 officers, 4 beds, so they also were sharing. Even the captain did not have his own bed at this small U-boat. Okay, but I'm now more worried about the enemy warships above us. They still did not detect us, but let's hope that we will stay undetected. The closest one is still at 8 degrees, it was at 7, so it's slightly not going directly at us. Slightly moving to the right. I think it's this white symbol on the compass on top. I think it's the 9. Okay, now it's already 9 degrees, so it should pass us. Not directly above us, but they are now really close. I will be quiet. You can also hear that this deeper sound is from the destroyer and this higher sound, higher pitch is from the Corvette. They have different noise or different sound signature. And also you can hear that if there will be fighter or a tanker, that everyone here has a different output, different sound characteristic. This one is really close, you can see it also moving quite fast on the compass. But I'm more worried about the white, or maybe, let me check. Yeah, this one is still in front of us, this Corvette at 11, but it's now more further away. You can also slightly cheat and use like a free camera mode. I can show you now. can just use it for brief check. But I already see it on the compass, so it's fine. So if you press N, now you have like a free camera and you can even escape the U-boat and look around. But this is technically cheating from perspective of how we are going to play the game. This is our U-boat, by the way. It's a very shallow water, so it's quite good visible. This is our periscope guy. This is only the observation periscope. The attack periscope is this one. It's hidden. This is our Uzo. If you are on the surface, you can also calculate torpedoes from this one. And then we have, yeah, that's all what we have. This is our machine gun only, as a deck gun. Not yet a proper gun. And these are the tanks around the hull. So you have these different tanks for fuel, for oxygen, for water and so on. And there are these planes. Just behind the propellers, and this is like the rudder, so you can turn left and right, and then you have also this up and down movement for the and also for the front anchor. And these are these torpedo tubes. I'm not sure how it's on this one, but I think it's 1, 2, 3 torpedo tubes. Yeah. So these are all what we have here. Yeah, it's available. We are not playing on the first person from the captain only. I think that's the antenna. No. Antenna is the one rounded stuff on there. That's the antenna. We also have a searchlight, or technically, how it's called. It's not searchlight, you cannot move it, but it's like very bright light if you are somewhere at the dark at the night, and maybe you are just dealing with the writer and you want to target it with a beacon or something, so you can use the light as well. This is our emblem. This is our calculation of the course here, and I think it's also inside. Let me go inside again. So I think it's there as well. And there should be one more, all connected to the same. So there is probably somewhere here, yeah, by this guy. So everyone knows where we are exactly heading. Already 15 past 3, so that's me. And I'm not sure if you can see the tanks, but they are not yet, no, they are not part of the simulation yet, but it's like here we are currently like at the tank. Different tanks were assigned to different section. And by the way, the structure on top, like a deck, it was completely hollow structure, there was nothing inside, just like the tube was below for the sub, and then just a small empty construction on top to just provide the deck. But it was always flowing water. Water was flowing always through it, even when surfaced. Alright, so I think they are already past us. Yeah. Let me double check on the here. Yeah, so give them a few more seconds to get further away, and then we will just continue our journey. How far are we from the destination?
Verstanden, Kommandant.
Ah, we are almost there.
Kurs setzen.
Okay.
Betrachten
So,
Sie es als erledigt, Herr
half a
Kaloin.
nautical mile. Not bad. So we can start releasing the mines soon. They're still quite loud, so they are still quite close. And this is, by the way, the escape hatch, evacuation hatch, which has no meaning in the game yet. It's only can be damaged and then the water leakage can start, like a small leakage can start here. And currently there is no evacuation possible if you are not on the surface. But even if you are on the surface, you cannot evacuate. You cannot go to, like, surrender or whatever. Unfortunately yet. Alright, so let's go to 6 meters
Tauchen
again.
auf 5 Meter.
Let's slowly.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
This is, by the way, the
Aktuelle
second
Tiefe
periscope,
5 Meter.
which is already above the surface, so they are really close still. I'm not sure we should be already moving, but let's move a bit. We also can pick the name of the Corvette already. It's not just a class, now it's also a name.
10 Meter.
This is Marguerite. This one is unknown. Unknown. Unknown, so we at least picked one name. So close that we could read it. And this is Fearless Destroyer. Alright, another group to the left of destroyers. At least destroyers I see. Yeah, 3 destroyers. Yeah, heavily guarded Cardiff port. Almost at the destination, but not yet there. Alright, so we are still undetected. And we are almost at the destination, the Cardiff, which is, I think, one of the most difficult mining locations in
Verstanden,
the
Kommandant.
whole British Isles. Because we are already like deep inside this section of the I think it's Wales, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I am. So 4 already. We cannot go faster because there are like 10 warships around at least, and then another groups behind them. That's the very slow campaign. Especially Cardiff is really difficult. I think one of because of the first mining mission was somewhere around here. It was like just get there, lay down the mines, and then go back. And now we have to go through these groups of warships again, away, and then somewhere we leave through English Channel.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Herr Kaloy, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
The sun is not yet down, so we will need maybe 1 more hour. Maybe, yeah, my estimation was wrong before. But in the dark maybe it will be easier for us to escape, because there are like a lot of ships, warships around. Like destroyers, corvettes everywhere. Everywhere we look. There is another group probably coming in. And there is one more group somewhere There are another destroyers. Yeah. No one detected us yet, so we were lucky, as I said, but... And there is another one coming from behind them, so there are like, I don't know how many in this area. Like all British Navy is now around Cardiff.
Verstanden, Kommandant.
Alright, so we are 3 cables away. And I think around 1 maybe we'll be able to start laying mines. So I will remove this sailor from here and... or maybe not yet. Let's wait a bit more until we really need them. Currently we are 5 days at the sea, 10 hours, 5 days, 10 hours. The wind is 7 knots. Okay. This is navigation correctness, so our captain is now working on the more precise navigation. And the current expected depth in this area is 20 to 50 meters, which we are technically running at 6.
Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung.
Tiefe unter Kiel, 6 Meter.
Yeah, so this was like shallow 15 to 20, and now it will be a bit deeper, 20 to 50 at this area. I will try to use some time compression, but I have to see what's happening. Or maybe just increase the speed. We still can hear them. That's the problem. Still quite close. I will just use the time compression on a slow speed. Alright, so we are already at the destination, so we'll start launching mines and then also loading them, the spare ones again.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung. Alles klar.
Was the first one? And we'll already start turning.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloy.
Steuerbord.
This one is already flooded, so this one is firing, or technically launching mines. Now there should be second one soon. Yes. There are like one by one. Not sure how realistic is this one, because the tube is technically for one. I'm not sure, but they decided to have like chain of 3 and launching one by one from the same tube. But maybe it's realistic, I don't know. This I didn't check. And as soon as the first one is fired, then we will
Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 145 Grad.
ask our torpedo mechanic to load the next batch. So I will pause now, select him, and assign the mines to be loaded. Just load it. We don't have to maintain them because these are just mines. They are not torpedoes, so they will just load them, and we will watch them load. Or technically check if everything is working as it should. Okay, so the mines are like this. There are smaller ones. They will be loaded to the same tube one. We will start launching another batch from the second tube, which was already preloaded. Yeah. Now they raise it up probably a bit. But we are safe now because the mines is some trigger, so they will not be triggered immediately. They need some time to be charged fully, and then also I think they are like not easily triggered by the small U-boat as we are. It needs more mass to really be triggered, but we will leave anyway the area. So okay, so we have already the third one, or the second one, so the second, so
Schraubengeräusche.
seventh.
Kriegsschiffe.
Oh no,
Kleine
fifth
Gruppe.
one only.
Peilung 115 Grad.
Alright. We are working hard to load it as soon as possible. Now we turn
90 Grad. Steuerbord.
Natürlich, Herr
90
Kaloi.
degrees and we technically made the whole entrance, or this section where we were supposed to lay mines. So half of our mission is fulfilled, and now we have to leave the area and hopefully not be detected again. So we have 6 of them already laid. Now they will just load 3 more and then we can start launching them. Right.
Rohr 1 geladen.
So that's it for mines, and let's check the situation because we turned already, so there should be a lot of ships in front of us. Or we are... no, we are still turning. So one group was passing us by, and then another group is approaching us, but they are mainly slightly at an angle, so maybe we will not cross their path and they will not cross our path. Destroyers are now at our 90 degrees, we are still turning, and the Corvettes, another group is technically there, just passing by to the right of our U-boat. Shouldn't be a problem. Okay, now we have a 7th mine, or 8 already, so we just need one more and then we are free to leave the area.
Kurs setzen.
Bestätige.
Alright, so new objective is to leave the area. Yes, definitely. We should leave. And I will even increase the speed a bit now, because we are not so close to any
Langsame
ships.
Fahrt voraus.
There are 11 around, which are already detected. So around 30 and 40 there is a group. Yeah. One is heading left, one is heading right. And they are quite far still, so... Moving away group, closing in group. Hopefully we can avoid each other, we are going this direction now. I will increase the speed one more notch. We are
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
currently quite okay, 82 degrees air quality. And the sun is... okay, getting lower. And we even can use some time compression, because I think these are quite far away. Enemy will... Nothing behind us, so we should be fine. Just watching this angle.
Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung.
Tiefe unter Kiel 5 Meter.
Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. Peilung 15 Grad.
Hey, yeah, if I fire it now, then everyone will be searching for YouTube for U-boat. So nope, nope, not a good advice. We have two. Technically, we have to ask the torpedo mechanic to load it. That's a good hint.
Herr Kapitän?
So we have two now soon.
Rohr 3 geladen.
Now it's loaded. Now we have to slow down because these are getting
Kleine
a
Fahrt
bit closer
voraus.
to my liking. Can we hit them already? Oh, nope. Or maybe a bit. Alright, so the sun is almost set, so we can go maybe more aggressive after dark will come, because then we are not so easily to be spotted. Even maybe even surfaced. Let's check later. I will decide based on the... Oh, this one is really close. Alright, so
Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. Peilung 140
another
Grad.
group. What about the front? So this is leaving us. I think that's it in front. So there is like 10, 8, 8. So this is this group. And then we have only one behind us. 160, 150. Alright, so we'll watch those which are coming in. And we will increase the speed now. Again.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
So today there was not much action, but it was quite dense because we are quite lucky we were not yet detected, so we should be happy enough to avoid all the warships, which were huge number of groups here. Okay, so currently there are almost no ships around. I can only see two, like the close vicinity, and then 7 funnel smokes, and yeah, so only one ship inside. Margarita still at 10 degrees. It's in front of us. Just a sec. Okay, so they're just still continuing their direction. If we will find any single freighter or something, or maybe even like what we did last time, that we saw 2 freighters escorted by 2 corvettes, and the corvettes were busy with another U-boat of ours, so we then surfaced and just used a deck gun to bring both freighters down, so we can definitely engage any ship on the way back. But first we have to leave this area, which is really hugely occupied by warships. Okay, so we maybe see Marguerite at 11 degrees, but this was moving away, so let's continue with time compression. It's also getting darker, so we have to switch to red light soon, which will slightly increase the oxygen consumption of my crew.
Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. Peilung 140 Grad.
Right, so this is Corvette again. Let me check the front. Alright, so still moving away. And we can switch to night. Oh, it's still too bright, so normal light. So 140, they were around there. Alright, so the sun is already below horizon, so it's around 5:30 around this January, so 5:30 this should be already dark, or getting darker. Complicated mission, but we were managed to get not a single ship, I mean this area, to detect us. We were engaged by a destroyer in the beginning when we entered the English Channel, but we survived without just a small damage, and one sailor is seriously wounded, but we stabilized him. Alright, not bad. Let's try to avoid these two corvettes now, and then use some time compression to speed up this escape from the Cardiff. Oh, there are 3 of them. Ah, this one is destroyer, so yeah, but it's still far away. Now it's getting properly darker. It was picked up 90 degrees, 80 something. This group was already almost at us. We managed to hide on the bottom of the sea, so this is good. They are not closing in, they are moving away. Alright. I'm even tempted to surface and to get fresh air into the U-boat. There are still 2 boats visible by the crew, so let's wait until this is solved, and then we can surface, probably, because it's already getting darker. Okay, so there are currently no ships around. Let's slightly go a bit further away. Okay.
Hervorragende Arbeit, Kommandant und Besatzung. Unser Einsatz wurde erfolgreich abgeschlossen.
Perfect. So we will surface now. We already have 3.6 cubic meters of water leaked in. We are already slightly affecting our buoyancy, but this is not a problem to surface now. So let's do that. We will be on electric, slow,
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
and I will also abandon the alarm
Alarm
because
beenden.
it's probably not needed now. And I will use it manually. So we will use valves to blow ballast
Bestätige.
tanks. And everyone can go to
Aktuelle
sleep,
Tiefe
finally.
5 Meter.
And we will pump the water out, and we will also switch to the red light. We don't need to be on a quiet mode anymore.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Schleichfahrt beenden.
We'll also turn the compressor on and also the gyro compass. It's located near the map. And there. It's also producing sound, so it has to be switched off when we are approached by enemy ships, and we want to stay undetected. red light help technically is like night vision 2.0. So night vision 1.0 was used by pirates, that they use like the one eye closed by the patch, and then they used it in the dark, so they saw better in the dark. It was 1.0. 2.0 is now using red light inside, so you see like your eyes are more used to darker situation, and then 3.0 was really new technology that you see that they are using some equipment to see in the dark. This was just like a small help for the crew of the U-boats to see in the dark better. So nothing, no one around. These are the ships which just passed by. They are not close, so we will try to use higher speed. Still in electric for now. Yeah, he's there. This is our lead officer, or I think he's the watch officer now. Because of the captain trade, he's the captain is merchant, so he's now assigned to navigation station with the skill for navigation. So in one person we can, if we are interrogating any ships, if their papers are right and so on, we can use just one person for both, or checking the type of cargo if they are heading to the port as they declare that the cargo is right, and also as a navigator he can already check if the ship is in the good location based on their papers. So this is easy, and then we assign this other leader to the watch station, so the captain is not bothered with the watch station anymore. It's quite fine, no problem. Alright, so let's use some time compression, and maybe we switch to diesel anyway to recharge the batteries. Yeah.
Wenn sich die Sonne neiget, der feuchte Nebel steiget, mein Tagwerk ist getan, mein Tagwerk ist getan. Wenn sich die Sonne neiget, der feuchte Nebel steiget, mein Tagwerk ist getan, mein Tagwerk ist getan.
Alright, so I will give Captain rest, because he will be maybe needed soon. So now I can go to the bed, and then we'll continue just with the other crew members. Okay, we have to move our wounded sailor to the front to make room for officers, because they have limited space. And I will also break radio sound and silence already. Hopefully no one will catch it. So he's on the left. How we load the torpedoes? Is it on the right or is it on the left? Oh, it's we have to move him to the other side, unfortunately, on movement. The torpedoes can be maintained. Imagine that you are sleeping in such a warm and noisy environment.
Endlich ein paar Stunden Pause.
So our torpedo mechanic is also chef, so he's already at the cooking station and to boost morale by 7 points a minute. Now it's also getting a bit cloudy and maybe even foggy later. Now it's just cloudy, so maybe there will be no moonlight, so we should be able to just pass by. Even if the ships are closer, maybe they will not see us. And now it's even raining, so yeah, quite good escape situation. Now it's even a storm, so let me just show you how it looks like. It's not yet in the Atlantic Ocean, but we are already in a storm. So it's even a snowstorm. So almost complete darkness now. Even though I have like brighter nights, but you almost cannot see anything. But this is a nighttime and snowstorm combination. I think I see something there. Let me check. Okay, there is still the smoke from this group which passed above us. Still like slightly in front of us. There were some ships to the right, I believe. If I this then to there. Yeah, I see some smoke. There is one, second one, and third one. Yeah, so we see something. They are still close. Okay, I don't see anything. Oh, there was something there. Okay, there is another group. Oh no, this is already in front. Okay, so we did the whole circle. So currently we can just continue. When these two got unlocked, so it means that the enemy warships are so far away that we can even use now the really huge compression, so this is like full speed. Okay, now there is an alarm because of the enemy airplane, but it's still night, so maybe they won't see us. Okay, we were detected.
Aber wir haben schon Schlimmeres überstanden. Lasst uns ruhig bleiben.
We see only one plane, so we could technically engage it. It's maybe already a day. Let me use this one. Yeah, it's already bright day. Thought it's a night. Currently it's 98 degrees.
Herr Kaloy, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe.
Over there.
Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
So he is going to throw some charges on us, definitely, because he saw us. He can calculate expected position soon, and he will just engage us.
Schneller, schneller, schneller!
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Alles klar. Ich werde mich darum kümmern.
Or maybe he will decide to leave, we will see. But most of the time he is just going to engage. Anyway. If he really had some good understanding where we are heading and our speed and so on.
Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung.
Tiefe unter Kiel,
Nope.
35
He
Meter.
just cancelled the approach. Perfect, so he won't engage us. Nice, we were again lucky. Spotted, but then quickly diving in. I see some smoke there. It's 160. So yeah, these were probably the ships from the same Cardiff location as before. Maybe this destroyer and two corvettes, which were to the right side of us. For it's there. There is like a nice dome. Sun is just going up.
Alarm beenden!
Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe. Peilung
Anblasen!
160 Grad. Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Bestätige! Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln!
Bestätige.
Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung.
Tiefe unter Kiel 7 Meter.
We still have almost 1,000 miles in front of us. Hopefully we'll be able to engage at least a freighter or something. I have some good understanding how the merchant ships travel between the port of Bergen and other ports in the UK, so we could technically play around this location a bit to find someone. And to use a torpedo, because we only used mines until now. We are already 6 days at the sea. Yeah. Okay, so we can use a faster time compression. Again, plane.
Auf Seerohrtiefe!
They did not raise alarm, so it was probably only a contrail, correct? It was 350 degrees, so let's check that.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln!
I do not see anything, so we could probably surface soon again. I'll just give the crew a few minutes or a few seconds to check, and then we move.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Kondensstreifen. Peilung 45
Okay,
Grad.
so it's now getting closer.
Alarm. Flugzeug in Sicht. Peilung.
Unser Beitrag, Männer.
So 45 degrees.
Machen wir ihnen die Hölle heiß.
Verstanden, Kommandant!
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Tiefe unter Kiel 3 Meter.
It still can dive if they will saw us, but I think they are moving fast away from our position. Yeah, I wanted to check the ship at 200 something degrees. They are quite far. So this is how it looks like from your preferred angle when we are surfaced. You see that we were hit there, so the deck gun was damaged and also the term was damaged, but okay, now it's fixed.
Alarm beenden. Schornsteinrauch. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 270 Grad.
Okay, so something in front of us mainly. Let's check. Ah, this is a big one. They are also heading our direction as far as I can see.
Telegramm gesendet.
This could be a small convoy, by the way. We could maybe engage it.
Melden Sie mir die aktuelle
Two
Tiefenmessung.
torpedoes. Not sure, but I think I will prefer to have a single ship because then I
Tiefe
will be
unter
sure.
Kiel 9 Meter.
Okay, let me do a quick hydrophone and get some bearings.
Tauchen auf 35 Meter. Horchraum besetzen.
So Harry is going to check for any sounds around.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
40 Meter. Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe,
So
kleine
this is
Gruppe.
just the warship
Peilung
group. It's not a
355
convoy.
Grad.
That's why I wanted to check by hydrophone. You can already distinguish between
Bestätige.
Schraubengeräusche.
Another.
Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe. Peilung 335 Grad.
Right, so one is around
35 Meter.
here, quite far away, and this is moving away, and the other one is around here, and this is closing in, so we will have to avoid these warships which are maybe heading our direction again.
Tanks anblasen.
Ich benötige Ihre Unterstützung. Folgen Sie mir.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Lenzpumpe einschalten.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind aufgetaucht. Schornsteinrauch. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 325 Grad.
Well, so we can see them directly as a smoke. We will continue a bit faster away. Maybe we will just miss them. We will see if we will be alarmed by their presence.
Los geht's, Männer. Lasst uns einige Schiffe versenken.
Right.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Melden Sie sich zur Wache.
We will remain surface. I want to check first with binoculars.
Ich benötige Ihre Unterstützung. Folgen Sie mir.
Verstanden. Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
Okay, these are really close. We have to dive.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Zu Befehl, Herr Kommandant.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung. Verstanden. Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
Herr Kaloy, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Alright, so they just passed by. While we were
Alarm beenden.
perfect.
Schornsteinrauch, kleine Gruppe. Peilung 200 Grad.
We wait a bit more and then surface.
Tanks anblasen.
5 Meter.
Ich benötige Ihre Unterstützung. Folgen Sie mir.
Betrachten Sie es als
Letztpumpe
erledigt, Herr
einschalten.
Kaloy.
Herr Kaloy, wir sind aufgetaucht. Kondensstreif. Peilung 180
Konzentriert
Grad.
euch und bleibt wachsam, Männer.
Alarm. Außenwettstation. Anlauf beginnen. Herr Kaloy, wir brauchen Hilfe, Kommandant.
Alright,
Wir
so it
wissen,
seems
wie es
that we are
geht.
already
Drehen wir den
detected.
Spieß gegen diese Jäger um.
I want to see.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Okay, so the plane was just at 180. So it's already is like closing in, so we will have to dive.
Auf Seerohrtiefe. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Schneller, schneller, schneller! Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung.
Tiefe unter Kiel 7 Meter.
Herr Kaloy, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
We will see if he will engage us or not. So he's like 77 meters underneath us. Oh, is he? Yeah, he's abandonning the search. Perfect. We could technically engage him because this is most likely possible to shoot down. Yeah, we can try. We can surface, and if he will come back, we will just try to shoot him. I mean, not me directly, but our officer. Yeah, officer should be a... Let me check if he's a gunner already. Yeah, Anton. Yeah, he's a gunner, so we can technically try to engage the plane.
Verstanden, Kommandant.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Halbe Fahrt voraus. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Elektrokompressor einschalten. Lenzpumpe einschalten.
So he just left.
Kondensstreifen. Peilung.
There's another one, so I will
320 Grad.
wait until it's close and then we will try to engage if it's only one. 341, so we'll check.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
It will be quite difficult because the waves are quite high, but he will manage. Alright, so 341. I don't see any contrail.
Kondensstreifen. Peilung.
So let's attack.
325 Grad.
So it's him.
Alarm! Flugzeug im Anflug. Peilung 330 Grad. Kondensstreifen. Peilung.
Aufgefechtsstationen!
330 Grad.
Anlauf beginnt!
Kondensstreifen. Peilung 330 Grad.
There are 4 planes, so we have to die. Unfortunately.
Auf Seerohrtiefe!
Herr Kaloin, wir wurden entdeckt.
Bleibt wachsam!
That was unlucky that there are 4 of
Wir
them.
machen das schon! Schneller, schneller! Kondensstreifen. Peilung 275 Grad. Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung.
Herr Kaloy, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Tiefe unter Kiel 6, 4 Meter. Funktelegramm gesendet.
Zu Befehl, Herr Kommandant. Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Verstanden, Herr Kommandant!
I think they abandoned the search. If there will be one, we will try to engage, but with this situation we are not going to risk that there are 4 planes and then they will just break us completely. Alright, so let's continue a bit submerged and then we will continue on surface again. It's getting darker, so it should be easier to avoid any patrols and so on. We just entered the English channel, so okay, there is another one.
280 Grad. Alarm! Flugzeug in
Denkt
Sicht.
alle an eure
Peilung
Ausbildung. Bleibt
280
ruhig und
Grad.
konzentriert. Funktelegramm gesendet.
Alarm beenden!
Alright, so give them a small time to relax and now we will surface again.
Halbe Fahrt voraus! Tanks anblasen!
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln! Elektrokompressor einschalten! Netzpumpe einschalten!
Uns wurde von einem verbündeten Boot ein mögliches Ziel in unserer Nähe
There is a
gemeldet.
convoy, but we will not engage with 2 torpedoes only. We will continue further. So now there is a Corvette inside.
Auf
Wir wissen, was
E-Motoren
zu tun
wechseln!
Funktelegramm gesendet.
And in just beginning of the war, later on it will be like crazy, filled with everything. So we saw one 390, so I believe that one. That's the Corvette. And I think I saw something to the right side as well. Yeah, there is another. Yeah, but it's crazy windy. And no, these are waves only. You can see that we even can be completely submerged, that we are here on the tower. We could sometimes get really fully, and the real sailors do like to prevent to be flushed away by these huge waves. They were really just using some ropes and some harnesses to be attached to the submarine, to the U-boat. Alright, we'll continue on surface. The thing, these are not getting closer, these corvettes. This is currently 331, so I don't know where is 331, somewhere there. Alright, so let's... Oh, if ping it's maybe even there, or that was the first time, I don't know, too many waves. Too much waves, too big waves. So on.
Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. Peilung 335 Grad.
Melden Sie sich zur Wache.
We could engage Corvette for no reward at all.
Schornsteinrauch, kleine Gruppe. Peilung
But there's something behind
185
us.
Grad.
You, alright. And there is this Corvette. Okay, we'll fire a torpedo this one just for fun. We're almost at the end of the mission, so let's do that. Alright, so that's the... I think it was... Okay, I didn't measure. Okay, I have to go to Beta Cloud because this is like crazy unstable with these waves. The perk is, which I have for the skill point for my captain, is that he has like a completely stable binoculars at manual mode. So like now, it's not affected by any U-boat movement. So this is type... Do we have Zooks? Yes, so this is Isles class. We can't measure speed because we cannot lock it. Or can we? No, we probably just measure time. Let me just check. No. We can't measure speed, we can't measure... We can technically say the angle is around 90. And we can't measure distance, so let's switch to... Measurement, measuring equipment without any stabilization. So that was the Isles class. Velocity is this, we have to somehow measure, so let's stop.
Alle Maschinen, stopp!
Angle was 90.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Aktualisieren. Gegnerlage 9-1. Rechts. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
I think
Entfernung
it's too
zum Ziel
far away
4,
for the
3,
torpedo. Let me double
4,
check the
4
distance.
Meter.
Torpedo
Aktualisieren.
is around 6
Entfernung zum Ziel 5, 1, 4,
kilometers
6 Meter.
max distance. We will misfire, then we will probably not get it. Like to turn back because of this T5 special torpedo, so we have to go further.
Halbe
Closer.
Fahrt voraus.
If they won't see us, then we won't engage. That's really like Corvette is for nothing. No tonnage is calculated, no rewards, very small rewards technically, so... Okay, I see another smoke behind it.
Herr Kaloin, feindliche Schiffe geben Alarm.
Okay, so they
Zeit,
detected
unseren
us,
Mut zu testen, Männer.
looks like. So we will fire a torpedo. So let's
Herr Kaloin, feindliche Schiffe machen sich gefechtsbereit.
Keine Panik. Konzentriert euch auf eure Aufgaben.
this is around 10.
Schussunterlagen
Maybe less if they are
aktualisieren.
turning, but okay, let's try.
Geschwindigkeit
Angle
1,
was around
0,
90.
Knoten. Gegnerlage
And the
8,
distance is
9.
around...
Bug rechts. Schussunterlagen
3
aktualisieren.
kilometers. Okay, we do not have
Entfernung
maintained
zum Ziel
torpedoes, so let's
3,
fix
5,
them.
6, 3 Meter.
And he will assign him to torpedo calculator, which I do not like. Fine, perfect. We are all set. Just have to maintain the torpedo. And he will assign him to the command station to speed everything up. And we will assign this one as a 7.
Aktualisieren.
Manually.
Geschwindigkeit 7, Knoten.
He will turn at us and then we won't be able to technically hit it with the torpedo, so I'm not sure we should fire already. And he was also going to start using the gun at us. Okay, so now we have to submerge now and then maybe fire from below.
Auf Seerohrtiefe. Schneller, schneller!
Torpedorohr 2 gewartet.
Alright, so I think our wounded sailor prevents the torpedo dry, or 3, to be maintained, so let's move him back to the
Herr Kaloi, wir
officer.
sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick
Bunks, ja.
gesteuert.
Alles klar, ich werde mich darum kümmern.
Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung.
Tiefe unter Kiel, 6, 1 Meter.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt 1, 0, Knoten. Winkel 1,
Torpedorohr
links.
3 gewartet.
Aktualisieren. Entfernung 3, 1, 9, 6 Meter.
There are also two types of impact piston. One is like impact and the other one is magnetic. Magnetic is slightly tricky because it can just fire anytime, even like in the middle of the distance. But if it's like hard to target, hard to calculate like torpedo course target, then I think sometimes magnetic is better one. But I used it only for the simple torpedoes. For T5 this is no need, it's just guided by the propeller sound, so we just keep it on impact piston. We'll have to maneuver around a bit, but then I think we will be able to shred it by one torpedo. We could technically start already, like facing it.
90 Grad.
Oops, sorry.
Backbord.
The other direction.
90 Grad. Steuerbord. 90 Grad. Steuerbord. Kurs 1, 4, 3 Grad.
They will just play some dance with it. Hopefully they won't surprised by us by any special feedback or special reaction to what we do. Alright, so we want to pass directly by it, like almost. Okay, let's do that.
Kurs
Slightly
1,
left.
4, 5 Grad.
And then turn sharply, and when they will be turning, so we will stop engines to not guide the T5 to us, and then hopefully we will be able to get the torpedo to this Corvette. It's simple target, like, I mean, from reward perspective it's almost nothing. Won't help our career, but just for fun, because we had spent the whole mission just silently approaching Cardiff, laying mines, and then silently leaving. So this will be some bang, hopefully, that we won't miss.
Herr Kaloin, feindliche Schiffe machen sich gefechtsbereit.
Yes.
Wir wissen, wie es geht. Drehen wir den Spieß gegen diese Jäger um.
Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung.
Tiefe unter Kiel 5, 7 Meter.
This is good enough. It's not so deep and also not so shallow, so 50, it's very good. We can... Okay, now they're using SDIC to really pinpoint our location, direction and everything, speed and so on. Mainly location. So its max speed is around 12, so I assume they are not fully running at max, so let's say assumption is 10 knots. The angle is now directly at us, so this will be 0. This torpedo calculator which you have on this U-boat is not yet able to calculate our or recalculate position when we are turning, so after turn we will have to calculate again, but still we are using this self-navigating torpedoes, so it should work. We'll slightly change our course
Kurs
there.
1, 3, 4 Grad.
No, there is no quick save. I have only allowed saving at the port, so I cannot save now. Only when we'll be in a light port. But should work. One Corvette is not a big deal. Okay, they are already dropping depth charges, so we could technically be affected. They have some impact area, but we are facing away, so maybe we won't. Maybe just slightly. Alright, let's turn right as soon as we are out of reach of charges. So there is the mechanics there, and they are just throwing them from side. Just detonating close to us. Alright. So now we turn left,
90
we
Grad.
stop.
Backbord.
We calculated they are also turning, so let's say 5.
Aktualisieren.
We are
Gegnerfahrt
somewhere
5 Knoten.
to the right side behind, so somewhere there.
Schussunterlagen
This time is
aktualisieren.
quite close.
Gegnerlage 1, 1, 0. Bug rechts.
It's maybe
Schussunterlagen
too close for the
aktualisieren.
torpedo.
Entfernung
But let's try to
1,
fire one.
7, 5 Meter. Rohr 2,
They are still
bewässern.
behind our left side.
Rohr 2 bewässert.
Can even technically try velocity. Angle is wrong, so we have to correct it.
Schussunterlagen
7.
aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt 7, Knoten. Gegnerlage 9, 1.
As soon as this is
rechts.
green, we will fire. Angle is too fastly changing, so maybe some calculation is wrong. Maybe distance now.
Schussunterlagen
200 is
aktualisieren.
still too close,
Entfernung
but
zum
let's
Ziel
try.
2, 4, 8 Meter. Winkel 8, 8. Rechts.
Herr Kaloin, feindliche Schiffe machen sich gefechtsbereit.
Bleibt
They're
wachsam,
turning
aber keine Panik.
to us,
Wir
but
machen
we
das
are-
schon. Schornsteinrauch. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 30 Grad.
Should be fine still. Okay, now it's 8.
Schussunterlagen aktualisieren.
This is in front.
Gegnerfahrt 8 Knoten.
Telegramm gesendet.
Distance I
Lage
won't
8,
change,
2.
and then
Rechts.
okay, fire.
Los! 30 Sekunden. Rohr 3, bewässern.
This one I forgot to adjust from the last firing, but let's do it
20
now.
Sekunden.
Rohr 3 bewässert.
So it's almost firing like straight line.
10 Sekunden bis
This is our
Einschlag.
0. Yeah,
Torpedoversager.
torpedo is a dud. Yeah, that's technically too close. Alright, so they are going there, so we will turn left
90 Grad.
full speed
Backbord.
to get some distance, and then fire maybe one more. There is another group of 3. Yeah. We have to get some distance.
»90 Grad. Steuerbord.
There is only one deck gun there, maybe some machine guns there. Yeah, deck gun, machine guns. And some machine gun there as well. And it's the charges, That's it, so not much on this Isles class. Alright, now we turn. Now we can go straight because we are at, like, moving away from it at full speed. And then we turn maybe left. No, he will be turning left, so we'll have to turn right. Okay, technically he turns right from their perspective, and we will turn right as well. Let's remeasure the distance.
Schussunterlagen
is a bit better.
aktualisieren. Entfernung 3, 1, 7 Meter. 90 Grad. Steuerbord.
We'll keep 8 knots as their speed. The angle we'll do at the last stage, and then we also do some measurements of distance again. And this is our last one, so it's already flooded, everything is ready. Angle even wrong, but it's green, so it's fine. Then we have to dive if we will miss.
Grad. Steuerbord.
It's again getting too close. I think the distance what we get was not far enough. They're closing it much faster. So I will try to maybe do one more turn. Now it's at level 90. So our right side or starboard. Still 90. We're not turning anymore, so let's turn
90 Grad. Steuerbord.
one more turn. Maybe at slow speed.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
That's not a good, no, that's not a bad angle, but it's a bad distance. It's just like, I don't know, 100 meters away, maybe less.
Grad. Steuerbord.
Or we should technically
90
turn
Grad.
this
Backbord.
direction.
90 Grad. Backbord. 90 Grad. Backbord.
Stop completely. But I think we are still too close.
Aktualisieren. Winkel 8, 9. Rechts. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Gegnerfahrt 7. Knoten. Aktualisieren. Lage 8, 5. Rechts. Aktualisieren.
150 is too close.
Entfernung zum
It'll be
Ziel
that again.
1, 5, 0 Meter.
We could fire, but I think it's just not going to work. But let's try. We can play a bit. But this angle is not correct. It's like always going wrong value. It's like something is not matching. But I have no time to really recalculate everything, and we will just rely on the torpedo capabilities.
Aktualisieren. Gegnerlage 8, 3. Rechts. Aktualisieren.
160.
Entfernung zum Ziel 1, 6, 5 Meter. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Winkel 1, 0, 0. Rechts. Schussunterlagen aktualisieren. Winkel 8, 6. Rechts.
Alright,
Los!
it's almost in front of
30
us now.
Sekunden.
It's like on 0.
20 Sekunden.
We won't kill it now, then we won't at all. This one's wrong, by the way, but it's fine.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. Torpedoversager.
Yeah, was too close. But I think they have no other charges, so we can just dive. Because they will be already using them.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Äußerste Kraft voraus. Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung.
Tiefe unter Kiel 5, 7 Meter.
Ah, they're moving away. Looks like. I should have waited and now it will be easier, but okay. Now they are facing us again, so I will dive. First wait if they have any more charges and then we dive.
Grad. Backbord.
Night night. Alright, so no more charges, so we can just dive.
Alle Maschinen stopp! Auf maximal sichere Tiefe gehen! Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung.
Schleichfahrt.
Tiefe unter Kiel 6, 2 Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 10 Meter. Tauchen auf 70 Meter. Tauchen auf 65 Meter. Tauchen auf 65 Meter.
Direkt über uns. 30 Meter.
Ja, Herr Kaloin, ich kümmere mich darum.
Alarm beenden.
Aktuelle Tiefe 50 Meter.
Meter.
Schraubengeräusche, Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe, Peilung
Tauchen auf
270 Grad.
75 Meter. Aktuelle Tiefe 70 Meter. Meter. Tauchen auf 80 Meter.
...70 Meter.
Endlich ein paar Stunden Pause.
Schraubengeräusche, Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe, Peilung 160 Grad. ...75 Meter.
Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 315 Grad.
Auf maximal sichere Tiefe gehen. Aktuelle Tiefe 50 Meter. Schleichfahrt beenden.
Kreiselkompass einschalten.
Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe. Peilung 85 Grad.
Auf Seerohrtiefe. 40 Meter. Aktuelle Tiefe 20 Meter.
Herr Kaloy, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Herr Kaloin, wir wurden entdeckt.
Bleibt wachsam, aber keine Panik. Wir machen das schon.
Ich kümmere mich darum. Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung
Melden Sie mir die
350
aktuelle
Grad.
Tiefenmessung. Auf maximale sichere Tiefe gehen.
Tiefe unter Kiel.
Alarm!
3,
Auf
8
Gefechtsstation!
Denkt alle an eure Ausbildung. Bleibt ruhig und konzentriert.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Auf maximale sichere Tiefe gehen.
Meter. Aktuelle Tiefe 20 Meter.
E-Motoren besetzen.
Verstanden. Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
40 Meter.
Alle Maschinen stopp. Tauchen auf 70 Meter.
Schleichfahrt.
Aktuelle Tiefe 50 Meter.
90 Grad. Steuerbord.
Schraubengeräusche direkt über uns. Wasserbomben sehr nah.
Auf maximal sichere Tiefe gehen.
45
Ich brauche
Meter.
Hilfe.
Ich bin verletzt. Sanitäter.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Wasserbomben sehr nah. 40 Meter.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Meter.
AK voraus. Kurs setzen.
40 Meter. Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 330 Grad. Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 150 Grad.
Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung. Alle Maschinen stopp. Tauchen auf 60 Meter.
Tiefe unter Kiel 4 Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 50 Meter. Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 30 Grad.
45 Meter.
Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 245 Grad.
50 Meter.
Schraubengeräusche direkt über uns.
Herr Kaloin, wir wurden entdeckt.
Das wird nicht einfach, aber wir haben schon Schlimmeres überstanden. Lasst uns ruhig bleiben. Auf maximal sichere Tiefe gehen.
Wasserbomben, sehr nah.
Aktuelle Tiefe 40 Meter. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Wasserbomben, sehr nah.
Schneller, schneller! Meter. Alle Maschinen stopp. Alle Maschinen AK voraus. Alle Maschinen stopp.
40 Meter.
Tauchen auf 60 Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 50 Meter.
Tauchen auf 55 Meter.
55 Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 60
Tauchen
Meter.
auf 60 Meter. Tauchen auf 65 Meter.
55 Meter. Meter.
Tauchen auf 80 Meter.
Corvette, 50 Grad. Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 340 Grad. Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 45 Grad. Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 155 Grad. Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 355 Grad. Aktuelle Tiefe 50 Meter.
...30 Meter. Aktuelle Tiefe 10 Meter.
Herr Kaloy, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert. Schraubengeräusche. Handelsschiffe. Kleine Gruppe. Peilung 350 Grad.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 165 Grad. Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 345 Grad.
Schleichfahrt beenden. Kreiselkompass einschalten.
Anblasen!
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Alarm beenden!
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Lenzpumpe einschalten. Elektrokompressor einschalten. Lenzpumpe ausschalten. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Alarm! Zerstörer in Sicht. Peilung 315 Grad.
Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. Peilung 325 Grad. Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. Peilung 325 Grad. Corvette 320 Grad. Vorfluten!
Funktelegramm gesendet. Zerstörer, 325 Grad.
Zerstörer 320 Grad. Zerstörer 325 Grad. Corvette 320 Grad. Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. Peilung 225 Grad. U-Boot 320 Grad. Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Verstanden. Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
Schleichfahrt, Ruhe im Boot. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung.
Tiefe unter Kiel 2 Meter.
Kommandant, wir sind auf Periskoptiefe, bereit für einen Rundumblick.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum. Wasserbomben in beträchtlicher Entfernung. Herr Kaloin, wir wurden entdeckt.
Zeit uns um zu testen, Männer.
Herr Kaloin, wir wurden von der Entdeckung geortet. Wasserbomben, sehr nah.
Schneller, schneller.
Sani!
Wo ist der Sani? Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Ja, Herr Kaloin, ich kümmere mich darum.
Auf maximal sichere Tiefe gehen.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Alle Maschinen stopp. Tauchen auf 30 Meter.
15 Meter. ...35 Meter.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
Schraubengeräusche direkt über uns.
Auf maximal sichere Tiefe gehen. Kleine Fahrt voraus. Aktuelle Tiefe 10 Meter.
Wasserbomben in beträchtlicher Entfernung.
Schneller, schneller! Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Herr Kaloy, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Auf Rotlicht wechseln. Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. Peilung 65 Grad. Kleine Fahrt voraus. Alle Maschinen stopp. Auf maximal sichere Tiefe gehen. Aktuelle Tiefe 10 Meter. Auf Blaulicht schalten. Auf Seerohrtiefe. Auf Rotlicht wechseln. Kommandant, wir sind auf Periskoptiefe. Boot klar für Rundumblick. Halbe Fahrt voraus. Schleichfahrt beenden.
Reisekompass einschalten. Standseerohr besetzen. Alarm beenden. Tanks anblasen. Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Bestätige. Funkraum besetzen! Auf E-Motoren wechseln! Vorfluten!
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Alarm! Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht! Peilung! 340 Grad! Alarm beenden! Elektrokompressor einschalten. Netzpumpe einschalten. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Schornsteinrauch. Peilung 15 Grad. Funktelegramm gesendet.
Alarm! Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht! Peilung! 15 Grad! Denkt alle an eure Ausbildung. Bleibt ruhig und konzentriert. Auf Seerohrtiefe.
etwas Unterstützung.
Verstanden, Kommandant.
Hi Taylor.
Herr Kaloy, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
As yesterday, yeah. Currently I play this one. I started new campaign, new war in 1939, so it's just January 1940, so we still have plenty of like missions in front of us. And then there will be DLC April 17th, so I will probably replay again with a different U-boat type. And then maybe later we will play something else, but for now it's mainly U-boat, yeah, right.
Standseerohr besetzen! Alarm beenden! Tanks anblasen! Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter. Dieselmotoren wechseln. Endlich ein Kaffeestand.
Uns wurde von einem verbündeten Boot ein mögliches Ziel in unserer Nähe gemeldet.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Yeah, I play on PC.
Kurs setzen.
Natürlich, Herr
Laufen
Kaloy.
10 Meter.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Hauptraum
Betrachten Sie es als
besetzen.
erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 20 Grad. 10 Meter.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
Schraubengeräusche. Kleiner Konvoi. Peilung 295 Grad.
15 Meter.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 25 Grad.
Zehn Meter.
Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloin. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Natürlich, Herr Kaloin.
Yeah, a couple of hundred hours, yeah.
15 Meter.
Tanks anblasen. Auf diesen Motoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloy, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Schornsteinrauch. Peilung 10 Grad. Handelsschiff 10 Grad.
Currently we have no more torpedoes, we have just deck gun,
Telegramm gesendet.
and we will try to engage at least 1 or 2 merchant ships. Not needed to finish our main objective of this mission. This was minelaying in the Cardiff area, but now we will still try to at least engage a couple of them. I think it's there. Yeah, this seems to be neutral ship because the alarm wasn't raised yet. Yeah, I can see your chat, yeah. And can you hear me? I guess yes. So this is neutral ship. The ship belongs to neutral state, currently not at war with Germany because the alarm wasn't raised, but we will still try to engage or maybe check papers and check where they're heading and so on.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung. Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Nice. So it's the Norwegian or Norwegian ship. So we are getting closer, and now we will send someone, 3 of the officers, to check the papers and the direction and so on. Sure you can. Now we can engage them.
Alle
Check
Maschinen stopp!
documentation. So captain goes there because of the merchant skill and the navigator skill. Haro will go there because of the English language. Most likely they can speak German or English. Hopefully not Portuguese. And then we will send Uboat because he is like ship engineer. He can sink the ship if needed without any explosive and so on. So he speaks German. That's good. Okay, so they are going to Port of London, which means they are part of the war effort. Yeah, just a sec, Taylor. They are part of the war effort, and then we can technically, sink the ship without any hesitation. Yeah. Military activities. So we will order evacuation, and then we will check what they are carrying in their cargo. In the meanwhile, since they evacuated, we will give them some supplies. And then also we'll ask captain of the ship and also this engineer, the lead engineer, that ship to join us, and then we will technically take them captive. Already 2 out of 6. Right, so the cargo is checked. And we will see, okay, just medkits, we don't need them currently. So we will just use our skilled chief mechanic or chief engineer to just use his skill to tinker with the engine area and just to sink this ship. So we managed.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung.
Tiefe unter Kiel 22 Meter.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Yeah, I can do that, but a bit later. Yeah, sure.
Kurs setzen. Halbe Fahrt voraus.
Wenn sich die Sonne mit der Feucht.
There seems to be another merchant ship in front of us. So we'll just continue roughly this direction.
Ruder Mitschiffs. Kurs 3, 4, 8 Grad.
Try to engage it as well.
Herr Kaloym, wir sind aufgetaucht. Schornsteinrauch, Peilung, 0 Grad. Alarm, Handelsschiff in Sicht. Peilung, 5 Grad.
So now the alarm was raised, so this is definitely British ship or one of the warring parties, so most likely British, so we can just engage directly. We'll try to ask them to leave the boat, to abandon it, ship I mean, and then we will, if not, then we will use only our remaining gun, which is our deck gun. We don't have any other torpedoes, so we will try to sink them the other way. We will use other means, the means we have currently.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Alles klar. Ich werde mich darum kümmern.
Kurs setzen.
Right, so we are almost there. We'll just stop the ship now
Alle Maschinen stopp!
and wait for them to come closer, and then we can inform them that we are going to sink the ship anyway, so they can just abandon it and save their lives.
Herr Kaloi, feindliche Schiffe. Sich gefechtsbereit.
So they followed our
Wir
instruction
den
and
Spieß gegen diese Jäger
we can
um.
now ascend again. Team there and to investigate what they were carrying and so on. And same procedure, we will give them supplies and ask captain with the mechanic or engineer to board our ship. Oh, okay, we can use these. And we maybe can... Okay, that's good enough. We will just take this in 11 minutes and we'll continue with the procedure to sink it.
Alarm
Sie
beenden!
sinken!
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
We'll perform one more hydrophone check around here
Kurs setzen.
and then we continue straight to our
Ich kümmere
base.
mich darum.
Uns wurde von einem verbündeten Boot ein mögliches Ziel in unserer Nähe gemeldet.
Zielposition erreicht.
Tauchen auf 10 Meter.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich
darum.
darum.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Anblasen.
Right, so no more contacting
Ich benötige Ihre
our
Unterstützung.
range, so we
Folgen Sie
will just
mir.
continue
Bestätige.
Kurs setzen.
and finalize this
Jawohl, ich
successful
kümmere
mission
mich darum.
again.
10 Meter.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln. Elektrokompressor einschalten. Lenzpumpe einschalten.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Bestätige. Wir haben ein Funktelegramm vom BDU erhalten.
Oh, nice. Dietrich's brother was now promoted to sergeant. Okay, we will congratulate him.
Der BDU hat eine Nachricht für Sie. Ihr Bruder wurde zum Feldwebel befördert.
Das ist fantastisch. Ich wusste schon immer, dass er es in sich hat. Ich kann es kaum erwarten, ihm zu schreiben und ihm zu gratulieren. Ich danke Ihnen, Kommandant.
You're welcome. So already 10 days and a half, almost 10 days and a half on the sea.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind
And we'll see how
aufgetaucht.
many days we still need to reach our base.
Herr Kaloi, wir befinden uns in flachen Gewässern.
Meine Fahrt voraus. Auf Rotlicht wechseln.
Wenn sich die Sonne neiget, der feuchte Nebel
Kurs
steiget.
auf diese
Mein
Koordinaten
Tagwerk
setzen.
ist getan. Mein Tagwerk ist getan.
Halbe Fahrt voraus!
Wenn sich die Sonne neiget, der feuchte Nebel steiget, mein Tagwerk ist getan, mein Tagwerk ist getan.
I do not see any orchestra again, so no one is really celebrating our arrival, but anyway we did our mission well. We fulfilled all the objectives, additional points as well. So I think it was again a successful mission overall. We did receive some damage, but we managed to repair everything and we are safely back to our base, northern Germany.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen!
Was our 8th mission, War Patrol, so we received also some special Uboat war badge with diamonds. Not all the crew members because some are newer, but majority is already at this full level at the moment. So second campaign in this, or second mission in this campaign was already successfully finished, so we will just need one more and then we can close this chapter. So that's it for today. Thank you very much for watching, and you can still watch my other videos on my Twitch channel. I will upload all of them to the YouTube channel soon, but I will need just a couple of more hours or days to split them in parts and so on. But Twitch is currently still keeping my missions from this week, my streams. So thanks, and we probably see each other tomorrow.